everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Mike mentioned it. We're going to talk some more college football coming up in about 20 minutes. Mike Norvell. There is pressure on Florida State to get it done because people think they have a really good team this year. But we'll ask him about the ACC and all the things that are going on, all the rumors. And there's a lot out there, guys, and it's still continuing, even though we think things might be settling down a little bit. But, Mike, I know you're excited to talk to Coach because they start off the season pretty big game.
Yeah, they had a big event down at the Fox Theater this year. This was the weekend I was down in Miami for the Grand Prix, so I missed out on that one because I always love to see Coach when we here with Willie Taggart and Buckhead back in the day, and before that, obviously Jimbo and Coach Bowden. So yeah, looking forward to talking to Coach because what do you do with? I mean, is it a distraction? All this stuff that's going on with the university about leaving the conference, does that make it down to the football players? We'll ask him about that too.
All right, that's coming up in less than 20 minutes, guys. Falcons, Dolphins, day 2 of practices tomorrow. It'll be walkthrough, and then Friday it is first preseason game right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 5 o'clock kick, or 5 o'clock pregame, should I say, 7 o'clock kick. And, Mike, the good news is that coming out of Miami over the last 2 days, today's practice, and we'll tell you, the latest injury updates as well, not including our guys, but Jalen Waddle left today against the Falcons with an injury. But the thing is, we're hearing that Desmond Ridder continued to make great decisions over the last couple of days. What that means for me, guys, is he didn't turn the ball over.
Right.
That means he's not throwing it to the other team. And listen, he's not going to complete all of his passes. Nobody does. But when I hear this, Mike, it encourages me that Desmond Ridder is going to be what I think he's going to be. Now, I'm not telling you he's going to be an all-pro or we're going to win 5 Super Bowls. That's all to be determined and seeing how things look down the road. But for me, it's about him doing the job and putting us in a position to win. And for me, that's all I need right now. Like, you've got all these guys around you, Mike. You don't have to do everything. And so as I hear this stuff, and we're going to let you hear Desmond Ridder coming up. He went on the Rich Eisen show today, and Rich asked him about the whole Lamar Jackson stuff, which is very interesting. And the first time he's on this, by the way, he says management called him in the offseason to let him know that he was going to be the guy. We hadn't heard that from Desmond Ridder. We'll let you hear what he said coming up. But, Mike, this is good news. Like, Falcon fans, here's the deal. We're not hearing he threw 3 picks today. He had a bad day yesterday. Everything that's coming out of these 2 practices sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it purely from an analytical standpoint, not even analytical, just common sense, if Arthur Smith is rolling with this guy and Arthur Smith wants to keep a job as a head coach in the NFL, he's going to go with the best option. And he believes in this guy, and I think we've got to believe in him because I think, we always point to Ryan Tanny, who looked like, damaged goods when he got up to Nashville. And, Arthur saw the strengths of Derrick Henry and also saw how the offense should run with a guy like him. And he had a guy like A.J. Brown, and we got actually 2 types of A.J. Browns in Drake London and Kyle Pitts. So I trust him. I'm on the fence because the only thing we want to see is you want to see something dynamic from him, and maybe that's just not going to happen this summer. We're going to find out maybe on Friday night against the Dolphins.
Yeah, and listen, there will be games where I've said this. We're going to have to count on Desmond Ridder to get the job done. There are going to be games, guys, we're going to be down. It's the NFL, okay? There are going to be games where we may need to come back, Mike. We might need to drive the field and win a game or 2. Those things, that's when we're going to learn about him. We haven't seen that because we haven't been in those positions. In the 4 games he played in, he played well, but there really wasn't any adversity where you went, oh, man, we're down 2 scores. He's got to bring us back. We're going to see that with him as the starter. And those are the reasons why you'll either start to believe in him or you won't. I mean, it's easy to believe in Matt Ryan when the first pass he throws is a touchdown for 80 yards, and you go, we got the right guy, right? That's easy. So we saw it a lot with Matt.
Michael Jenkins, by the way, out of Ohio State, caught it.
I hope we see it a lot with our man Desmond Ridder. Mike, he went on Rich Eisen. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about the Falcons and Dolphins down there practicing, guys. Here's what he said about proving the doubters wrong.
For me, I really feel like it's just going out and just, proving everyone wrong, just still having that chip on my shoulder, who I've been since, coming out of high school. And so for me, not much has changed. Just going out, working every single day, worked every day in the off season, just to, be the best player and best teammate that I can be when time comes.
Now, Rich Eisen said to him real quick, Mike, he was like, you have a lot of haters. Right. Rich Eisen said, we're not hating on you here, but you have a lot of haters. That was his answer to that.
Yeah, and I think that he knows it. Look, if he's in his car and he catches us for 10 minutes or he's just reading Twitter or whatever, just, in the old days, I say, these guys don't pay attention. Then Carl said to me like 8 years ago, oh, they listen. And they do. But, I mean, he's certainly aware of it. And there was the Lamar Jackson stuff. And, again, that was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot and more pie in the sky. But it was still compelling because people were intrigued about it, including us. But he's a guy that, he's got a strong resume. He did take a smaller team, to a semifinal game. He's got a lot of wins under his belt, and he's a sharp guy. And if you talk to him and the big thing is players respecting him and then buying into what he's selling. And again, we're surrounded by such good weapons. He really does have to go a long way to screw this up, if I'm honest. You know?
Yeah. And Mike, the thing about Lamar Jackson, let's go back. Let's not forget, the Falcons didn't come out and say he was the guy until the Lamar Jackson stuff hit.
Correct.
Right? They were very reluctant at that time to say, hey, we're totally buying into Desmond Ridder. We didn't know where this was going. Were we going to go after another quarterback in the offseason? What were we going to do? Once that hit, they came out then and were like, hey, we're going with Ridder, because they needed to calm that down a little bit. By the way, our Tori McElhaney, she comes on the show. She says, offense has been pretty vocal. A 7-on-7 in the red zone gets started. Ridder today, 4 for 4. This is what I was talking about. He hit London, CP, Bijan, and Fitzpatrick for touchdowns as they were working in the red zone. That's why you're hearing Arthur Smith saying, I like what I'm seeing with him in these joint practices with the Dolphins. He was really good today, and specifically in the red zone. 404-726-0929. Let's hear Desmond Ridder talk about who he thinks he can be on the field.
Obviously, just saying that I'm not who I am. Just going out there and just proving to everyone that, I'm able to be out here and play with the best and be out here and go out here and lead a team to a Super Bowl and bigger and better things.
So you think there is a large contingent of folks who believe you don't have what it takes to be a starting successful quarterback in the NFL, Desmond?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be your haters. There's always going to be your people who are there for you. But at the end of the day, you don't really let anything affect you. You just put your head down and go to work.
That's what he's been doing.
Yeah, and now, as we said, we got like three or four more weeks of this conversation before rubber hits the road. And heaven forbid, Carl, is because we know how he's under the microscope. If he does struggle, if there's a series against the Dolphins, I'm not sure how much he's going to play. I think you and I both agree he should play a lot. I don't know if Arthur Smith agrees. I don't know. I mean, Heineke's going to get some reps, and then Logan Whiteside will be out there. But man, I just still think after 4 games, you want to get this guy as much experience. And even though maybe it's white bread with mayonnaise, what the defense is throwing at you, but I think every rep counts.
I do too, Mike. I totally agree with you guys. You can let us know what you think. Follow us. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. We will talk Braves. Coach Norvell on the way from Florida State in about 10 minutes. But we're letting you hear Desmond Ridder, who, again, we've spoken with him. I think he had the podium one time in the 8 days we were up there because, again, they're rotating guys. And, no one guy is going to dominate the conversation. But even though we'd love to talk to him every day, the Falcons didn't make him available. So he goes on the Rich Eisen show. And he also said that he didn't listen to the chatter. Let's play the last one, Big Bo. That he didn't listen to the chatter when all the Lamar stuff was going on, even though he knew it was happening.
They definitely have reached out to me. I was not the ones who have reached out. But, yeah, for me, like I said, at the end of the day, whether they brought someone in or didn't bring someone in, I was still going to put my head down and grind every single day.
So they did reach out to you during that process and say, pay no mind to that?
Yeah, throughout the off season, they were just letting me know that, they want me to be their guy and, we're going to go out and work.
What did that mean to you?
For me, it meant everything. It meant that obviously, one, that they had drafted me for a reason and a true reason. And two, that they had seen, the work that I put in, over the course of last season, being a backup and just putting in the work every single day and knew that, I had the the intangibles and everything to do to go out there and lead a team.
There you go.
First time we've heard that from him,
Right.
saying the team reached out to him. We wondered about that, by the way, because we were saying, hey, is Arthur Smith, is anybody from the Falcons reaching out to this guy?
Now, it was funny because, teams immediately started to say, we have no interest in Lamar Jackson. And I think that it was more, individual teams, but more specifically, it was owners saying, look, the Cleveland Browns spent crazy money on Deshaun Watson, and nobody should be doing the same with Lamar Jackson. And the Ravens always had the high ground in that deal and could always have first refusal. But we were like the first, no. But so two ways of looking at that. That you were part of the ownership cabal that said, no way, Jose, I have more money for quarterbacks, or you truly believe in Ritter. So let's just hope it was the latter and not the former.
I hope so, too. It's good to know, though, because this tells us also, Falcon fans, they believed a lot sooner than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go into the offseason and go, well, we got to watch the film. Like, they knew, at least Arthur Smith did, earlier than we suspected that this was where we were going, regardless of all the stuff that played out. And every offseason is crazy. And Mike's right. The whole Lamar thing, only the price tag is what scared everybody away,
right.
Ultimately. But you think about what he got, and now nobody's even talking about it, Mike, because we've had 2 other quarterback deals, and we're still waiting on Joe Burrow.
Hey, man, give a shout-out before we catch a break. Jeff Carl is a big listener. He was in his rig, pulled up next to me over on Piedmont, says, yo, what's up, man? He was listening to Andy and Randy.
Okay.
How's this for a cool job? He teaches culinary arts at Columbia High School.
Very nice.
I believe that's over in Decatur, where it's greater. But we'll give a shout-out to Jeff, because I saw him literally about 25 minutes ago. He's listening to our station all day long.
Jeff, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you. Hey, man. Hey, coming up, Mike Norvell. He is the head coach of Florida State. There are high expectations for them this season, but there's so much going on in college football. We want to pick his brain a little bit. We'll find out what he thinks about all the movement and more coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk some college football. We had Mike Norvell on when he got the job, and I remember him coming on and talking about building, and hey, it's going to be, take a bit of time. Well, Coach, welcome in and welcome back. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, and Coach, expectations are a good thing because your program has that. How you doing? Good morning, Coach. I want to make sure I say good morning to you. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. Appreciate you having me back on. And, we're excited. We're excited about the growth that we've seen within the program. The group of players I get to coach each and every day, they're really, really remarkable. And they put in a lot of work, and we've taken some positive strides, and we're excited about this year that's ahead. Expectations are a good thing, and we've had them within our program for a long time, and we're continuing to push to meet the standard that's inside the building. But I'm definitely glad a lot of people on the outside have high expectations for us as well.
Right. Well, I'm a total fanboy, Coach. I'm a Silver Chief, and to see a 10-win season back in Tallahassee after the very difficult situation that you inherited really is kind of a testament to the job you've done recruiting. I know the 24 class right now is top 5. And talk about one of your more recent recruits stealing KJ Bolden. How did that go down?
Well, I can't really talk about any specific player that hasn't officially signed with us, but I will say that recruiting is going really well, and we're getting some dynamic playmakers that are coming to be a part of our family, and not only just the jersey that they wear and all the ability they have on the field, but who they are off the field. That's one of the things that I think has helped get our program back. Is just we've been able to find the right fit for Florida State. And guys coming from all different backgrounds, just a great diversity of talents, but a common mindset and a common heart, and the willingness to work to push themselves to be their best, and that's what we're continuing to pursue after, and that's what we're getting.
We're talking with Mike Norvell, guys, head coach of Florida State. College football season right around the corner. Coach, I'm curious your thoughts on two things. One, transfer portal. And I know you grabbed a couple of guys in the portal. I think they're going to help you this year. But also NIL. Where are you at now compared to where you were when this all started?
We think we're in a great place, and what we're doing to build our roster, and whether it's high school recruiting. Last year we signed 65% of our players were out of high school. Finding some great guys to come in and continue to build upon the foundation that's been set. And then we were able to get some very talented young men that also fit our culture and do the transfer portal, and guys are going to be making a great impact. Guys that have experience, like I said, tremendous playmakers across the board. And then with the new age of college athletics and in the world of NIL, we got such great support here at Florida State, and it's a wonderful program. It's an incredible fan base, and just tremendous support and opportunity for our players to be able to benefit, for who they are and what they do. And so I think we're in a really good place in both those areas.
It's the head coach of the Noles, Mike Norvell, with us, guys, on the WadeFord.com hotline. Trey Bolden, Johnny Wilson, obviously Jordan Travis coming back, Jared Verse. Got some really key pieces. Talk about Jordan Travis's maturation process, how much better he's gotten throwing the football.
Jordan's is a really special player, and I think the type of young man that he is, the work ethic, the belief, the desire, and those that are around him, he's been a great example for our team. When we first got here, a lot of differing opinions on maybe who what Jordan was as a football player, and I just saw great talent in him, and just somebody that was hungry to develop, somebody that was willing to put in the work, and I just love watching the journey that he's been on. He's been wonderful teammates for the guys that are around him, and I believe he's one of the best players in all of college football. And I think the sky's the limit for what he can accomplish. But he shows up and does it. He does it every single day, and he pushes himself to an elite level, and he's got a lot of confidence because of that work.
Coach, I know just from what you do every day, because, we talk to enough coaches to know you have no control over it. But I'm curious to know what your thoughts are with all the movement around college football and what's been going on as of late. Even the rumors about the ACC maybe making a move or two potentially. How do you take all of that on? And do you even talk about it, or is it just something that's in the background? How do you deal with all of that?
I don't really spend a whole lot of time talking about it. I mean, it's not anything that our players and obviously this team that we can control. You just continue to work and put your best foot forward and all the things that we're doing. And, we're part of an incredible institution and a wonderful university here for Florida State, and we've got a great backing, great fan base. You see all the different movements across the country when it comes to new conferences expansion and things like that. And ultimately, it's a new age in college athletics, and we've got a great relationship with the ACC, and just you look at the tradition and all the success that has been had here. A part of this conference, we won national championships, obviously, a lot of conference championships, and we're continuing to push to get to Florida State back to where we desire to be, in the ACC as well as across all of college football, and but it's definitely a new age in college athletics, and definitely going to provide for some interesting dynamics, moving forward with I guess the geographical approach to where some of these conferences are going.
It's FSU's Mike Norvell with us here on Dukes and Bell. I was down there at the New Orleans game last year. That was a wild start to the season. You get LSU in Orlando, and as my partner said to start the interview, expectations, privilege is pressure is a privilege, right? That's how it goes. What's an area of concern? Is it secondary, special teams? What are you working on in your mind most this summer?
It's really just it's consistency, and that's one of the things that I felt really good about this team. I mean, the guys I get to coach, the ability that they have. We've taken some great steps as a program, and these guys, they love to work, and we're continuing to push to get better. But it's a consistency of showing up day in and day out. And then also within the moment. The 3 games we lost a year ago. All were different circumstances and situations that contributed to coming up short. And so for us, it's about learning from those mistakes, continuing to improve and applying the lessons that have been learned, and then just going to be our best and do that at a consistent basis. Throughout the course of the season. Anytime you get to kick off on a national showcase game, Sunday night only game on. It's exciting, and to be able to do it against a top 10 opponent in LSU. We know there's gonna be a lot of eyes on that game, and we're excited to be able to go out and put on display who we are and what we're all about. But really for us, it's just the consistency and continued growth.
Mike Norvell with us here on Dukes and Bell. Coach, talk about your D-line. Is that a strength? Is it the strength of your team?
And I think it definitely is, and we've got a great group, and when you see the depth, when you see the ability that these guys bring, and just the way that they embrace playing and working together, it is. We feel like we can really roll multiple units in, and there's not much of a drop off. We got some very explosive players. We got great size, speed, athleticism, and then when it gives you the versatility to show multiple different things and how we want to attack. I mean, our players they get excited about that, and I think it really that group is such an important piece to our defense. By being able to force pressure, being able to stop the run, and that forcing unit allows those guys in the back end to really play fast and free.
I know the secondary has got some studs. It's DBU, put a lot of guys in the league. Are you worried about the depth, though, at secondary this year, or will the young guys be up for it?
No, I'm excited about the guys that we have, and we've got some great experience returning. We've had a couple of newcomers that have joined the program. I think we've got great talent and ability, in the freshmen and transfers that have come in, and then you couple that with the guys that are returning. I think that could be a tremendous strength within our team and a part of this program. And obviously, just like any position, you want to stay as healthy as possible. But because of the versatility we have back there, I think that it could be we'll be able to do a lot of different things, and I actually do like our depth.
Well, Coach, we're excited about what this season holds for you guys. Sunday, September 3rd, guys, LSU, 7:30, ABC.
Yeah, and Coach, I mean, I know you haven't heard this from other boosters. You can beat Clemson this year, right?
Well, obviously that is we're excited about the year. We know that we've got a great schedule and a great opportunity in front of us. And Clemson, it's been the standard in the ACC these last few years, and we know that that's going to be a big matchup when we get to that game, and we got to do all the things before it to make sure that we're able to play our best and with that opportunity. But I know our guys, we're focusing right now on being the best we can through this fall camp and continue to grow and get better. But you're definitely excited about all the challenges ahead.
Cool. Coach, appreciate you. Good luck this year. We'll be watching, and appreciate you jumping back on with us. We always enjoy talking with you as you're building down there. Right. Take care, and good luck against LSU, Coach.
I appreciate you guys having me on, and go Noles.
Go Noles.
All right, that's Mike Norvell, guys. And we said this. When he came, he got the job, right? He's at Memphis, got the job. And Mike, he came on and said, look, it's going to take a minute. He took over, and Mike and I have talked about this, all right? Every program is different, but when you go and you have a transition from one coach that you thought was going to be the guy to a guy that is an up-and-coming coach, which is what Mike Norvell was. He wasn't, he did some things in Memphis, but Mike, people said, is he going to be the right guy for Florida State, especially after Willie Taggart?
See, and this was the situation that made it tougher because Jimbo got sideways with the head of the boosters at the time, and then eventually they've restructured. It makes more sense now, but Taggart came in, and remember at the time, I thought Taggart was the perfect fit. I thought an African-American head coach in Talley would kill it. And there was an article in SI that year that had anonymous coaches ranking the most overrated coaches. Lane Kiffin was one, but Taggart was number one. And I was like, wow. So then Taggart goes in and shows he's just totally incapable of handling the pressure. And the problem was, talking to a couple of my buddies down in South Florida, you lose a lot of high school coaches, African-American high school coaches, who feel Taggart got the short end of the straw. And then you begin to realize when he goes to Florida Atlantic, he can't make that work, which kind of reinforces that Florida State made the right decision to move on, even though it was so early in his contract. So the point I'm getting to is you got to restart the recruiting from the base up, Carl, from the root to the fruit. And then, as he said, you mentioned bringing in the transfer portal. He's got a hell of a class. Not as deep, obviously, as the Georgias or some of the other, or Michigan or Ohio State, but he's got some amazing athletes this year.
See, my correlation is very similar, Mike, because when Charlie Strong got the Texas job and everybody, high school coaches loved him, he got let go early. Mm-hmm. You bring in Tom Herman before the 17 season. Herman had history there, but then you realize he can't handle the job. He's now at Florida Atlantic, okay? Right. And now you're at Sark. When you go through these transitions, your program, right, it goes through these situations where this is why the stability of what Kirby's done or Nick Saban matters. Right. It just does.
But just like, Kirby, the expectation level was a natty. You brought Kirby into, Rick got you here. In this case, now here's the year where there's expectations for FSU. Just like the LSU with Kelly, the team they're going to play in that first week.
It's going to be a good game. That's going to be a good game. It was a good game last year. It's going to be a good game. Can't wait, guys. College football season right around the corner. All right, Braves fans, Braves country. We got lucky last night. We need to talk about this. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to Coach Mike Norvell, who joined us. Florida State. A lot of people hitting us up saying, hey, man, appreciate that. A lot of Florida State alums here, man.
Yeah, Atlanta's got a huge crowd. At one time, I was saying it was between 15 and 18,000. I think it's more than that. And I used to host some of those events, and they said I was too critical of the question and answer portion, so I had to stop doing the talking. But, no, and by the way, it's funny because whenever you go on, Carl and I, we can't help where we were born. Had I known I was going to be doing sports talk radio in Atlanta, I would have applied for Georgia. Although with my SAT scores, probably not likely. Furman was my safety school, Carl.
Very nice.
But yeah, but as far as, I went to FSU. It's a passion of mine, but we root for all the local teams. I think you know that. Most people who have a brain know that. And as a guy who's watched this program really struggle for the better part of a decade, it's kind of fun to be at least in the conversation. I don't know what to expect, but it's just kind of fun that you're in the mix. Like Georgia fans, you're living in that rarefied air. And I don't think Georgia fans take it for granted, but where you are is where Alabama's been living for the last 15 years, and now it's your residence.
Well, it's great that Georgia is on top of the mountain because we've waited a long time. And I talk about this. My dad's from right down the street in Griffin. All these years of hearing how good Georgia's always been, but never being able to get over the top. And a lot of my family, talking about it, aunts and uncles. But now it's braggadocious. It is all about how Georgia is dominating the college football landscape, and everybody is all over this. And you're seeing more Georgia gear and around the country. You used to didn't see that.
Right.
You didn't.
No.
But now you see Bulldog stuff all the time because that's what happens when you start to win natties and you're constantly in the conversation. So they're going to be in it. I'm wondering if Florida State will be in it. LSU, by the way, is going to be good. I'm wondering if they're going to be in it. So we're going to learn a lot here early on in the season. Hey, man, we need to talk about the Braves and what happened last night. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. All right, Mike, it started with Yanni. 5 innings pitched. He gave up 7 hits, 6 earned runs. Yeah. And you start the game by saying, all right, here we go again, starting pitching, not giving us a chance to do anything.
Because he's just a dude. And it's funny, Andy and Randy were having the conversation about what is the true definition of an innings eater. And it's, in some cases, it's a guy like we've had in the past, like a Drew Smiley, who takes some pressure off your bullpen because at least, he might not be the best pitcher, Carl, but he's going to get to the 7th inning, And then we've talked about guys that, like, for instance, that's what they wanted Odorizzi for. There was nobody clamoring for Jake Odorizzi. And again, the Astros, Carl, were in a pennant race, and they got rid of Odorizzi. So it's basically the same thing we got this year with Yanni Chirino. He's a guy that was, again, for those who don't follow, you're released. You clear waivers, a team can claim you. We claimed him. So we're trying to roll him out. This is just an effort to bridge that gap until we get to Kyle Wright and when the rest of the bullpen comes back. This guy will not be on the postseason roster. He's just a dude. But last night, he was giving up. I call him the chorizo because that's what it looked like. He was serving up chorizos at the plate last night. Everybody was hitting home runs.
8-6 Braves come back and win, and we'll talk about the 9th inning in a second. But the bullpen last night, give him credit. Jimenez, Brad Hand came in for an inning. Yates had 2 strikeouts.
Yates was shaky, but he got through.
And then Iglesias comes in, and what's he do? He walks a guy, right? And you go, oh, it always makes you a little nervous, but he gets through, gave up 1 hit. But the bullpen did their job last night when we needed them, especially as we got back into this game. But Kevin Pillar with the game-tying single with 2 outs in the 9th. Guys, I can't stress enough. 2-out hits and how important they are in any inning, but specifically in the 9th inning. And Pillar's a guy that hadn't had a lot of at-bats. 17 plate appearances for Kevin Pillar.
Hey.
And when you talk about right-hand pitching, I told you guys this before the trade deadline. Pillar and Rosario were struggling against righties, okay? So this is why we were saying, are we going to go out and do anything in left field? What's the deal? Last night, man, he came up as big as it gets. And then, to score on Orlando Arcia's game-winning double, that's just great base running. So big shout out to Kevin Pillar last night.
And we always talk about relief pitchers and, does Iglesias make you as nervous as Kenley Jansen or Will Smith? Well, the guy you saw last night, it's pretty funny. David Bednar been really good, and now he's blown 2 of his last 3 saves. So if he gets called into action today, let's see if he's got a little tight sphincter there in Pittsburgh because he was wobbly, and he was all over the place throwing that stuff. Bringing us back to the Acuna home run, another tape measure shot. I wasn't trying to start a controversy on Twitter. I'm just asking the question to gauge the vibe from Braves fans. Did you feel that they were throwing at Ronald Acuna Jr. later when, after, a couple of bats after he went yard? Or was it just a bad pitcher who had no control?
I didn't feel that way last night.
I got to be honest. It's one of those times I didn't know. Is it coinkydink? No. He's been hit a lot because he gets up over the plate. But 59% of our audience felt they intentionally threw at Ronald Acuna.
Yeah. Let's hear the incident. All right. This is a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. I don't care if you have armor on or not. It hurts.
First one came inside. That one hits him. Slams the bat down in frustration. That one hurt.
Wanted to get in there and got way too far in.
George Poulos is going to come out and check on Ronald. Well, it's no secret that pitchers try to go into Ronald. We've seen that time and time again. This is just the latest rendition of that. Unfortunately, this one clipped him pretty good at 97 miles an hour.
Yeah, top of the second, he grabbed into a double play, so I'm not sure if you feel that there was something sinister, they weren't going to throw with a guy on base. And then later on, again, they threw to Acuna as well. So, I mean, they had two opportunities but after the home run to throw at him. So I don't think this was intentional.
I didn't feel that way. I didn't like it, but I didn't feel like this was a get-back situation. Let's hear Snicker because he gave an update last night, and this was the best news of the night, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they had him x-rayed, and I guess it was good. So we'll just see how, what he feels like in the morning.
Was there? It looked like it hit his guard. Is there just?
I think
part
he
of
said
the guard?
it went in between the guard. I think that's what I thought. It hit the guard, but I guess it went, where the crease is on that thing. And I'm sure it stung him pretty good, and probably lost feeling in the arm. And so I'm just glad nothing showed up. So
I agree. Best news. X-rays negative, Mike. Lineup's not out. Is the lineup out yet, guys? I'm looking at Turtle, and we'll see if he's back in the lineup.
And great night for Travis d'Arnaud last night. Great night for Orlando Arcia. By the way, I was watching SportsCenter this morning. They had one of the ladies who does all the Spanish accents. It's like, tremendous. And Orlando Arcia. Have you seen that lady?
She over.
Acuna. She does she really goes in. Obviously, I think she's Spanish, but she really goes in on the accents. So I'm in bed. I'm like, I'm rubbing Ike's belly. I'm doing our usual routine, having my coffee out here. And Donald Acuna. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? I mean, she's spitting consonants at you. But yeah, Arcia was money last night. Great job.
Yeah, Braves win 8-6, as we said. Lucky only because Acuna was not injured and not out of this lineup for a long, extended period of time. I'll take it. 26 home runs, guys. He's on pace for 36 and 77 stolen bases. Can I say that again? 77 stolen bases. That didn't even sound right, but that's the pace he's on, and we don't need any setbacks right now, okay? As frustrated as we might be with the starting pitching and what's been going on, the bat save us again, but Mike, I don't want anybody hurt or anybody out. We just need to keep the momentum and keep winning. Hopefully we win this series. We got 2 more games with the Pirates tonight and then tomorrow getaway day. But, yeah, last night I thought we got really lucky after Acuna got hit.
Yeah, and I get it because there's some scenarios where you felt like, look, we've seen the Cardinals do in the playoffs. We saw Don Mattingly just had a mean on for him, okay? And he can be as glib as he wanted to whenever they asked him about it. But there was definitely an agenda there. But this one, as I said, there was ample opportunity to beat Acuna. This is just a pitcher who had no idea where the ball was going.
Let's hear Brian Snicker talking about the team battling back in the 9th inning, again, coming from behind.
Great how they battled. I mean, we put ourselves in a position. We'd lost 3 in a row, and we put ourselves into position, really, to win all 3 of those. Didn't happen, and tonight, you're going up against one of the better closers in the game, and it was great. Had some great at-bats and big hits, and, bullpen did a good job.
Good win.
Great job. I mean, and that's just, this team, we talked about the clutchness, and, it's not like we're stinking it up. You're just playing like just under 500. Now we're back to 500 baseball since the All-Star break after playing, as you said, at a ridiculous clip in June that had everybody thinking, well, that's sustainable. Nah, it's not really sustainable. But you want to be able to see the clutch come out, and Pilar and Arcia, we talked about it, just outstanding.
All right, guys, 404-726-0929. You guys can hit us up. Let us know what you think. And if you did feel that way last night, that's fine. You know how excited I get when Acuna gets hit because I always feel like teams are out to get him because he is a guy that's flamboyant. But I like that. I like that he expresses himself the way he does and runs the bases the way he does. And when he hits a home run, flashes the way he does because it makes the game fun. Which is why I watch.
You go to the bathroom, get a beer or anything, because you might miss something you never seen before.
It's why I watch the game. I'm not watching for a guy to walk down to first base and be polite. I want to see a guy be flamboyant and say, hey, I'm the man. You can't get me out. He does that a lot.
But in this division alone, I mean, as we said, O'Neal Cruz is there, Ronald Acuna. Down in Cincinnati, Ellie De La Cruz is their Acuna, and these are guys who play with flair. You know, and that's, as you said, people want to see some juice.
I love it, man. So, but last night was not one of those nights where I was freaking out, which is why I didn't say anything. I let that be, but I get it why some people say. Mike Russo says, hey, man, that ball was 5 feet inside. Yeah. It didn't feel right.
So that's why guys just hit me up. What are you doing, Bill? Clickbait. It's not sponsored or anything. I just said, we're the Pirates throwing at Ronald. I didn't even offer an opinion. I just asked a question. 59%. 442 votes said yes, they were thrown at Acuna, but I think we just diffused that. I don't think they were.
All right, guys, more to get to, including the latest from Dolphins practice. Here's what I would tell you, and I'm not going to tell you we won these 2 practices because that's silly to say. But when you have their head coach talking about he's unsatisfied with what he saw with his offense, okay, and they were reckless with the penalties, Mike. These are the words of Mike McDaniel talking about the Dolphins. Reckless penalties, undisciplined, and he was unsatisfied with the offense. Our guys are not saying that. Arthur Smith's talking about how Ritter made the right decisions, and also how Ritter was in the red zone today specifically as he hit various guys for touchdowns. I'm not going to say we won the practices, Mike, but I like what I'm hearing from our guys versus what Mike McDaniel's saying.
Was Mike McDaniel saying, we got to clean up some penalties, man. I don't know what's going on there. I'm not sure right now.
Well, and
he's
also
a very distinct kind of vibe that guy puts out.
Well, he's very Coach Buddish with the voice.
Right.
They're very similar. They're right there on the same. They're on the same plane. I'll say this though: Waddle leaves practice. We'll tell you about this coming up in our NFL Blitz. No real injuries to report for us, which is great. But Waddle did leave practice, and people are talking about this injury.
Yeah, they've already lost Jalen Ramsey. Again, I think, a guy of that caliber, what makes that offense so dynamic. And by the way, we'll talk more when we come back. I just thought it was kind of cherry picking for Miami's PR to keep throwing that video out there of Tyreek Hill on Trey Flowers. Come on, man. Come on.
Scott Bear is going to join us at 3:20. He was at practice today. We'll get the latest from him coming up. NFL Blitz is next.
Atlanta. That's Florida.
Florida Dolphins.
3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Falcons bowling out. Listen, I'm not getting overly excited. I'm just reporting what's been going on down at practice.
Are you the hype man? What's up?
2 days, Mike, and no negative reports coming out of Falcons camp.
Dukes on Falcons. We're kicking the Dolphins' tail.
We had the Clark Phillips incident yesterday, but he's listed as day-to-day, so we found out late yesterday that that's not a big deal. And then today, 7-on-7, that boy Desmond Ridder, baby. Not only did he hit Drake London, not only did he hit Bijan, I'm telling you.
Testify.
7's going to be special.
Lay it on me.
He also hit Fitzpatrick and CP for touchdowns in 7-on-7 today.
We got some real dudes.
I know, Coach. I don't know what you guys are going to like. You're going to wait till week 6 to call the show and be like, Dukes and Bill, you guys were right. I can't believe how well we're playing.
Right.
This is great.
Get in now. How about this? Have some faith. Braves fans, you could teach Falcon fans a lesson. Braves fans have all the faith in the world.
They
Kyle Wright,
they
got all the faith in the world. Kyle Wright's going to be fine. Iglesias isn't going to suck. The bullpen's going to be good. Strider's not. He's rock solid. Morton's going to pitch 7. Braves fans have all the faith in the world. Falcon fans have no faith. Now, granted, there have been some different tracks as far as the franchise's histories. But yeah, Falcon fans have some faith.
Everybody wants to use these corporate buzzwords and jargon.
That's the Hawks. That's the Hawks general manager. But no, as far as the Falcons, we've got a lot of things to be excited about. And if you have not been to camp or you missed out, you're going to see some of these things. Hopefully, you're going to see it on Friday.
All right, here's the deal. Again, just giving you the straight. What was the straight dope?
The straight dope.
Giving you the straight dope. Offense is good today, man. Ritter's not turning this thing over. And defensively, if you're wondering. D. Alford almost had an interception today. Jalen Hawkins did have an interception today. Troy Anderson was balling out today.
Oh, nice to hear.
Okay.
That's a guy who's got to, in all seriousness, a guy we got to see take a big leap this year.
Yes, sir. And so defensively, I think, Mike, good day all the way around. And I reposted this, all right? Cameron Wolf was at our practice. He works for NFL Network. He's been on the show. He was at our practice last week, and we were chopping it up. And he was like, he had gone to Carolina. And he was there before he came to Atlanta to see us. And we were talking, and he said, Carolina, everybody is just excited about what they're seeing with Bryce.
Right.
Given. He's number 1 pick. He's coming in. He's throwing it around. So today, Cameron Wolf says, after 2 days of joint practices, I'm really impressed with the defense of the Atlanta Falcons. Now,
say what? Say it again.
I'm really impressed with the defense of the Atlanta Falcons. They didn't back down to the challenge of the Dolphins' uber-talented, speedy offense.
There you go.
Terry Fontenot has rebuilt this defense on all 3 levels. This is a team to watch out for. You think?
See? Yeah, how about that, Falcon?
We've been telling you this.
Right again, there's a guy right now, probably named Jerome, with his arms crossed somewhere.
No, that's Jerome. You talking about Jerome up in
I'm just using a name. It could be Tom. It could be Dick or Harry.
Yeah, well, Jerome. I know Jerome's looking at his radio right now. They talking about me.
But I'm going to use Jerome. There's a Jerome out there right now going, I don't see it. So, again, have some faith and think that maybe, after the years and years where we couldn't do anything, we couldn't build this kind of team, we could try to grind out what was left of Matt Ryan and Julio, but the team wasn't solid. Now, with the wherewithal through the cap finally getting figured out, you went and invested in the right pieces. And maybe the young guys you got are really going to be special. So that's where the glass is half full. How about that?
Yeah, guy corrected me. I'm not telling you what I said. I'm telling you what Mike McDonald said. He said he was unsatisfied or dissatisfied. A guy says, Carl, dissatisfied and unsatisfied, they don't mean the same thing. Here's the thing. He didn't like his offense today. Okay.
What's the difference between unsatisfied and dissatisfied? They're both, neither way are you satisfied.
Ask your lady, okay? Ask your woman.
Yeah. Hey, woman, how'd that feel?
Yeah.
I'm dissatisfied.
I'm dissafied. Baby, how you feel? I'm unsatisfied.
Either way,
it's the same.
You didn't deliver the goods, pal.
It's the same thing. Angry Beavers, that's his tweet to me. All right, follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, Put 'em Up. And, of course, follow the radio show at Dukes and Bell 929.
You know what? I wonder if my English teacher, Miss Barton, is listening at home. She listens online, by the way, on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, to be dissatisfied is to be displeased or unhappy with something.
Yeah.
Okay? To be unsatisfied.
Ask your lady.
To be unsatisfied is to feel unfulfilled by something.
Yeah, same thing.
I mean, we're really splitting hairs here.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, it's semantics.
Yeah, I was reading.
And Jerome, look up what semantics means.
Okay, would you stop messing with Jerome? I was reading what Mike McDaniel said. Angry Beavers. All right, guys, we got to get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. All I'm saying, and here it goes. I love this because, Dukes, you overhyping this. Would you rather me be telling you that we were scoring in the red zone and Ritter wasn't turning it over and the defense looked good, or would you rather me be telling you Miami dominated us today and we've got a lot of work to do?
Again, and we're going to talk to Scott Bair from the Falcons because he's there on site. He's our man down in South Florida. I mean, we're just telling you this is what's being reported. The Dolphins coach had good things to say. And yes, maybe sometimes coaches would be generally positive about their opponent. Maybe not. Not everybody does that. He said some things that he likes about the team. We're telling you the things that have been reported. Here's what we saw. Okay? So that's all you go with. And you'll get a better sample size on Friday. But there are things to be legitimately excited about with this team. I'm sick and tired of having to convince a fan base, that maybe the worm is turning.
It's turning. Turning, Mike. Yeah. Let's hear Coach Art talk about Ritter. You've asked this question. We've asked this question. How many snaps is he going to see in the first preseason game, Coach?
We're going to talk as a staff, Josh. Our guys are going to play in the preseason, but when and how much will determine for this game in particular in the next 24 hours. I just got to go back and see where we're at. If guys are a little nicked up, probably hold them. So it's not just Dez, but if he goes out there, it'll be with the first offense as well. Right. And then the other thing, too, we got to get an evaluation. We want to use the third quarterback. So there's some things, but our guys will play in the preseason to be determined about Friday night.
Do we really need an evaluation on the third quarterback?
I mean, well, you got to have one. Now they've expanded that. You get the ability to carry 3.
Whiteside's fine.
He's all right.
I don't need an evaluation on him.
But I just think when you got a guy, it's in essence, Ritter is still a rookie.
Yep.
Even though he does know your system, Ritter's talked about it. Last year, the language was a little confusing. Now you can throw him 2 or 3 parts of a sentence. He knows what the whole play is. He knows the playbook. He said that in a soundbite last week. But I still want to see more of this guy. And I want to see more of Heineke, so Heineke gets in a rhythm, because heaven forbid, whether it's injury or incompetence, we have to go to him.
Those two.
That's it.
That's for me. Those two. But I get it. Coaches got to.
But we're in this weird. I think people are still getting their head around this 3-game preseason with a 17-week regular season. Hey, the kickoffs. Carl, we all know the NFL's trying to kill the kickoffs, right? With all the rules and everything. Well, our boy CP Cordero Patterson, talking to NFL Network, says my team. He says we had this talk as a team, talking about the Falcons, and they know I'm going to bring it out. He says that no matter where the ball is kicked at, coach is giving me the green light. No ifs, ands, or buts, because he's that dynamic. That's what I bring there. I'm trying to do whatever I can, and I love that. And let's do it.
He wants to return one more, take it to the house this season. He said that. That would be his one thing he wants to do as far as his goals are concerned and the things he's achieved in his NFL career. I want you to hear Coach talk about how Ritter did today, all right? This is Coach,
lay it on me.
This is Coach Art talking about Desmond Ritter.
How was his practice against the Dolphins?
Were you still
I was on your field today.
How'd you think the red zone started?
It started good. You scored touchdowns on all 3. All 3, yeah.
So, anyways, in all seriousness, I thought it was pretty solid. There's always things to coach off of, but Dez has done a good job.
Hello! Dez has done a good job.
Yeah.
Both days, joint practices. Are you guys following me here? He's going to be everything I'm telling you he's going to be.
Jack hits me up on a text line going, Mike, weren't you just saying last week you haven't seen anything explosive from Ritter? I mean, I haven't. But apparently he's doing good things down in Florida.
Hey, against another team.
I'm not there. I'm in a studio in Midtown. I'm not in, Florida. I'm not in Miami Gardens this morning to see this, but I'm being told he looked good.
Sean says, I want it now. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Sean. You know the deal. We want it now. Listen, he's got to come out and play well from the jump.
Right.
We don't have 6 weeks to wait around to see if Desmond Ritter is going to be any good.
Right.
So to hear the stuff that we're hearing right now, Mike, I feel great right now.
It's positive.
Can we have a hey man? We got hey man in the fridge. Let's have a hey man.
We got one that's about 2 years old. I think it's going past the expiration date. We got lucky with the one last year.
I feel good right now.
I'm with you. I'm telling you guys, yes, I did say these things last week because I was there and I saw. Here's what I'm getting for people who saw that I didn't see. that he's actually doing more dynamic things against the Dolphins. That's all I can tell you.
All right, man. Let's hear Mike McDaniel. This is the Dolphins head coach on if his starters and stars are going to play in the first preseason game on Friday.
I'm sure in the future Mike will decide that there'll definitely be some stars that don't play. There'll probably be some stars that do. That's not a punishment. That's more of like where they're at in their game and doing right by them so that week one you don't spend a quarter, a half, a game getting the bugs or the rust off.
That was a long drawn out. I'm not sure who's playing.
Pregnant pause right there. Yeah, I mean, maybe you should go back to drinking. I don't know. But anyway, there he is giving you the lay down on what's going down there.
That's not right.
But no, he's a dude that has definitely his own style. It doesn't matter if we think he sounds silly. The players love this guy down there.
They do. Eric Bieniemy is also in the news, guys. It's our NFL Blitz. Mike, he was asked about, are you an intense guy?
Yes, I am intense. And I would be afraid, too, to start if I didn't know him. Eric Bieniemy is who he is, okay? Eric Bieniemy knows how to adapt and adjust.
Third person?
Eric Bieniemy is a tough, hard-nosed coach. But also understand, I'm going to be the biggest and harshest critic, but I'm also their number one fan because I got their back and I'm going to support them at all times.
Yeah, man. Third-person reference aside, that was a strong soundbite. I saw this morning on Good Morning Football, Kyle Brandt did a real nice monologue on this about how soft the Commanders sound and why they've been mediocre for all this time. And then they also showed this morning on NFL Network the tweets from Patrick Mahomes once EB got the job about how how he was a tough coach, but how he made him a better quarterback, and he misses him and all the things he brought. Tyreek Hill also said the same thing about. So these guys got their back. The only guys that didn't have his back are malcontents. Guys like Shady McCoy, who spent a cup of coffee there in Kansas City, who's a malcontent about everything. Put the work in, get coached hard, get better. Not that complicated.
I thought Ron Rivera blew this, and he walked it back today. But as a matter of fact, I thought the way he presented this caused the issue. Because you made Bieniemy out to be a guy that looks like a clown, and this has been part of the narrative with Bieniemy, whether he's gotten jobs or not. Why is he not getting jobs? And then you come out and basically say, well, yeah, Eric, you hired him. Right. You brought him in. So here's Ron Rivera talking about players being concerned with the intensity. This is what he said yesterday. Today, he says, I put my foot in my mouth.
I had a number of guys come to me and I said, hey, just go talk to him. I said, understand what he's trying to get across to you, And I think as they go and they talk and they listen to him, it's been enlightening for a lot of these guys. I mean, it's a whole different approach. You're getting a different kind of player from the players back in the past. Especially in light of how things are coming out of college football. So a lot of these young guys, they do struggle with certain things. Eric has an approach, and it's the way he does things, and he's not going to change, and because he believes in it. Jack has his approach. Having been a head coach, I think Jack has a tendency to try and figure guys out a little bit more, as opposed to, hey, this is it, this is the way it's going to be, that type of stuff. Where Eric hasn't had that experience yet.
How about Jack Del Rio coaching the defense? Yeah, I mean, the dude, if that was the knock on why this guy couldn't get a gig, he's got the rings. He can say, hey, look, I got rings. They got guys on that team that, come from other teams that had won championships. They got guys who were, in good college programs, elite programs. It's just, I don't know why a tough guy like Ron Rivera would let that out. Because it's kind of like how the Sean McDermott thing kind of gave some gas to the fire about Stephon Diggs right in Buffalo. Just create a little mess.
All right, guys, more to get to. We will talk about Hard Knocks and what we saw last night. I got to give credit to my wife. We're watching it, and she says, this is the Aaron Rodgers blank hour. And I said, yes, it is. That's exactly what it was. We'll get into what we saw last night with that. But when we come back, we're heading to Miami. We're going to talk to our buddy Scott Bair, AtlantaFalcons.com writer. Let him tell you what I'm telling you, how good they looked in these joint practices next.
I don't see it.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We need to head to Miami, MIA, and find out the latest with our Falcons. Yeah, exactly. And Scott Bear is down there. He is with our Falcons, guys. Last couple of days, they've been practicing with the Dolphins, AtlantaFalcons.com writer. Scott, I am getting the perception that we've had 2 really good days, okay? And I want to get your thoughts on this because, again, to hear Arthur Smith talk about Ritter and putting the ball in the right places, how he looked in 7-on-7, how the defenses looked, you tell us what happened.
Yeah, I thought that Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel had a great quote at the end of a Wednesday session where, like, he basically said, if the goal is to look really average, then I guess the Dolphins are really pumped. And the reason why I say that is because I think the Falcons made Miami look average at times. And they have a lot of speed. They have some talent on defense, but ultimately not on every rep, not in every period, but I thought that the Falcons were able to dictate terms a lot of times on defense. They got their hands on the ball quite a bit. And you saw, and Arthur Smith said this, and I agree with him, you saw better decision-making, enhanced decision-making and technique from quarterback Desmond Ritter. That's a virtual quote from Arthur Smith. I tend to agree with it, meaning the ball's going to the right spot, that the coach wants him to go with it in that particular scenario. I think that and the ability to get your hands on the football in pass defense are 2 huge standouts, and it wasn't just Jesse Bates and AJ. It was guys across the board, guys who are going to fill in for Jeff Okudah, getting your hands on the ball. That's really key, and I thought that was really encouraging after 2 good days of work down here in Miami.
Let's not forget, I was down there for the 21 game. That was the Kyle Pitts rookie season. Him and Matt Ryan connected for 163 yards, 7 of 8. Remember, Carl, the one-handed catch in front of the Dolphins bench? Beautiful. Everything but a touchdown, Scott. So, I mean, we know we got athletes now. We're just going to, put them in a system that, let's again, put Desmond Ritter in a system that lets him get the ball to those playmakers.
Yeah, and I think in talking to Bijan Robinson today after practice, that, look, he's learning a lot at once. And I think that he's really starting to compartmentalize and understanding his role. Look, he's played all these positions at Texas. He's run every route on the tree. That's not new to him. But what they're asking him to do in terms of reading coverage and deciding where to go based upon the reads that he's making, being in the right spot at the right time, we're starting to see those little things come together. And what he was saying is when you master that stuff, then it allows you to execute your, as he puts it, his God-given ability. And let's be honest, he has a lot of it. And we've seen flash plays. I think the most important thing that I took from what Bijan was able to do here was, look, I mean, he can stop on a dime. He can do so much fun stuff. But I think that he was just consistently open or consistently in the right hole because he's been running with the second unit a lot. I saw a lot of first unit stuff, which is good because he needs to know exactly when Chris Lindstrom and Caleb are going to be, fitting their run block together. How fast can they pull to the outside? How does his wide zone look when it's the starting 5? And he's starting to get that timing down. And those are Week 1's not tomorrow, but those are the types of incremental steps that you like to see from a player expected to make an instant impact. And I think that, again, goes back to your original point. It speaks to what Arthur Smith is doing with his scheme, positionless football, all that stuff, finding ways to create mismatches. We saw that time and time again versus the Dolphins.
Scott, let's talk about the defense because I'm also hearing defensive front look really good.
Yeah, I really thought that some of their younger guys stood out. I think we talked some about Zach Harrison and Arnold Ebiketie. There was a play in a 2-minute drill where Jalen Hawkins made a pick. He didn't make that pick if Grady Jarrett isn't screaming through the middle. And I think that, look, nobody's taken Tua to the ground, and there's a lot of maybe would-be sacks or pressures that aren't really qualified as such. And you may have seen a Twitter video of Miami winning at the very end. There's no way that throw ever would have gotten off in real life. But I think the most encouraging thing is that you're starting to see the guys from the second wave show up. I was talking to Calais Campbell afterward and he's been kind of slow to ramp up. He didn't do much in terms of team drills, but I mentioned Zach, and I mentioned Arnold Ebiketie, and he said something that was, for a guy who's been around for 16 years, for a guy who knows this team, he says that Arnold has maybe the most pure pass rushing talent on the roster. No, there's a lot of dudes on the roster who are pretty good, who are better than Arnold right now. But I think that to have a guy like Calais Campbell say something like that about a second-year pro really speaks to the natural ability that we're starting to see in these joint practices. And if they can just refine that talent and execute it when it really matters, that's when it gets encouraging.
It is Scott Bear, guys from Falcons.com. He got to witness the Falcon beatdown of the Dolphins today down in South Florida in this dual practice going down. And, Scott, how'd the secondary look, not having a couple of guys out there? Obviously had a couple of injuries. Clark Phillips is going to be okay after getting kicked in the leg. We talked about missing Okuda. How'd the other guys look, including A.J. Terrell today?
Yeah, they get the hands on the ball a lot, like a lot. Whether it's the first, second, or third unit, there was a period in 2-minute drills where Troy Anderson, he got a pass breakup by brute force. It was a shoulder pad that dislodged something. But then you see Jalen Hawkins make a play, and then you see somebody else in the secondary shut them out and make them go 3 and out. And they dislodged the ball every time. An accurate, catchable pass fell incomplete because a defender did something with it. And I think that is something that Jerry Gray is really preaching and Jesse Bates is really preaching, is to what their goal is, according to Jesse Bates right now, is to let it loose and maybe make some mistakes, and then you work it out in the meeting rooms. So they're playing really aggressive right now, and sometimes you get beat. Like Darren Hall kind of gave up the goal line in a red zone drill. He probably didn't want to do that. Jerry Gray kind of coached that out of him. But generally speaking, we're seeing a lot of aggressive play from that secondary. Now, sometimes, look, Tyreek Hill is going to do a Tyreek Hill thing. That's going to happen, especially when you're playing aggressive. But ultimately, I saw coordinated defense, because even when Tyreek got open during a team drill and kind of beat his man, Micah Abernathy was there over the top. That's what you want. Like all this one-on-one drill stuff that's fun on social media, right? Like that's not real football. Like it's terrible coaching if a safety isn't going to help on that guy. But ultimately, when you see those guys in the back kind of work together, I think that's the impressive thing. AJ's AJ, right? That he's starting to become really steady. And talking to him on Tuesday, that's what he's looking to do. Have his body right. He's tired of being hurt. Right. He made that very clear. He's doing lots of prehab over rehab to make sure he's available for his team for 17 games. I think he understands his value to this team, the importance of him being on the field, and he's taken that seriously. And when he's on the field, look, he's just a steady cover guy at a very high level. That's what I saw really over the last 2 days. That's what I've seen over the last 2.5 weeks.
He is Scott Bear, guys, AtlantaFalcons.com writer down there in Miami. Joint practices the last couple of days. You heard Scott. We made him look average, and that's what you want to hear. It could be the opposite, and we could be talking about our Falcons looking average. That hasn't been the case. We'll see what happens with the preseason game on Friday. Scott, I want to ask you, what do you get a sense of with how much these starters will play, how much Ritter will play? Is Drake going to play? I mean, what do you think is going to happen there on Friday?
Yeah, Arthur played coy in that he said that his top-level guys are going to play in the preseason. It's to be determined if they play on Friday. If I were to kind of try to read between the lines after talking to John, having Desmond talk, of course, they want to go play football. I don't know if Friday's that day. I do think that they're going to find some time for that. They still have to figure out, are they going to keep Logan Woodside as a number 3 quarterback? Are they going to how are they going to fill out some of these bubble roles? Because they practiced in pads Tuesday and Wednesday,
right.
And it was a shorter practice on Wednesday, but they were getting after it.
Okay.
Today, it was a spirited exchange. So, and if you're going to see Dez, you have to see the entire starting offensive line. Those two things go together. Right. That's why I think that they will make an appearance, maybe week 2. might be the spot for that, but we'll have to wait and see.
That's frustrating for us, but I mean, it just with the 3-game preseason, almost all of the work that we're not seeing is what you're seeing down to like a few years ago. You're seeing it down there in these scrimmage type scenarios. Yeah, and I think Heineke's looked okay. I mean, our impressions, at least from practice and the red zone stuff, is Taylor Heineke looks fine.
Yeah, I think he does, and he's one of those guys where, I mean, he's made a lot of starts, and he's a guy that thinks he can, absolutely make every throw perfectly. And a lot of times it works well, and he has a highlight reel full of moments like that. Some you obviously want to pull back. But I do think that when you look at what Taylor Heineke is able to do in terms of a guy who could be a number 2 for you, this isn't a real QB competition right now. But to have a guy like that as a number 2, I feel like that is encouraging. We could see a lot of Heineke and Woodside. We could see a smattering of some of these younger guys play a bigger roles. I think that's what's encouraging to me, right? Like we've seen Zach Harrison flash. We've seen some of these running backs, Carlos Washington types, maybe even Robinson. Who knows? Right, but we've seen guys like that, not in a live situation. I want to see tackles to the ground. I want to see can these guys actually get home? And I think those are the types of things that ultimately I am looking for. But I do understand exactly what you're saying, exactly what the fans are saying is like, hey, look, we can't be at every single practice. Show us on TV what you've been working on. Right. And I think ultimately they will. Whether they take another week to kind of refine some things and then get after it against, I believe the Bengals are in week 2. That's, a decided possibility.
Scott, great work, man. We appreciate you jumping on with us down there from the MIA. Scott Bair, AtlantaFalcons.com writer. Thanks so much. We will talk soon, Scott.
You know it. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, man. Good stuff from him. Falcon fans, get excited. This is good news. It just is. And I don't know, Mike, it sounds like Coach is going to probably not play a bunch of guys, but at the end of the day, that's why you do these joint practices. Right. Get the work in, and then if you don't want to play some guy, you don't play him on Friday.
I guess I'll see Ritter.
I'm with you. All right. Coming up, yeah, man, no, man. Stay right there. We'll find out the latest of what's going on with Turtle.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to Scott Bair for stopping by, giving us the latest on the Falcons-Dolphins dual practices down there. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to get back into what happened with the Braves last night. Negative X-rays for Ronald Acuna. Acuna for life. Thank goodness on that. Tonight they'll play again against the Pirates, Mike. And, listen, the pitching has been sketchy, right? Over the last 3 to 4 days.
Elder's wobbled. He's had 3 of his last 4 starts have not been effective. Charlie's got 15 walks in his last 4 starts, all losses, by the way. And some of that was he's not getting run support. It's not all like Charlie's coming and getting bombed. But hopefully tonight, though, you will get to stop the bleeding because it's Max Fried, who looked amazing, in his first game back. So he looked awesome up in Chi-Town on that Friday. I hope he'll do the same.
All right, guys, more on that to get to as well, and more on the Falcons as we mentioned. But right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what's going on, man? Halfway through the week, almost to the weekend. What's going on with you today, man? I'm sorry?
I didn't realize that Mike Bell and Nick Saban are kindred spirits.
What do you mean?
Because one thing that we know about Mike Bell, he absolutely detests mandatory training exercises.
Right.
Anytime they come up on the glorious Odyssey training seminars and all those lovely tests that we need to take each and every year, Mike, not a fan. Well, Nick Saban made it very clear that he agrees.
So I'm going to ask you all something because I'm really interested in this. You ask me questions all the time. So we had a media training session yesterday. How'd I do? Did I do better because I sat through media training? All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
There you go. By the way, I was going to save this for Guy Talk. You also had Pete Rose there in Alabama speaking in front of the players, which a lot of people were like, didn't Alabama fire their baseball coach over a gambling scandal? That maybe would, the optics on that wouldn't be the greatest. But getting back to the initial point, Chris, yes, training videos suck. They're the worst. And they can try to be clever and they can try to be humorous, but at the end, because they have to be so vanilla, because you can't offend anyone, and comedy sometimes is edgy,
that's true.
They wind up being even more aggravating.
Carl, how do you feel about the man in the robe? Those training videos that we need to take.
All right, real quick. I'll give some back. I'm just stealing your thunder on this. We have these videos to the point I made earlier, and they're trying to have fun. So it's basically if you're coming across an internet situation like an email that looks sketchy, so you got the part of your brain which is logical and don't do this, and you got the part of the brain which is like stupid and obviously impulsive. And the guy that they have in all these stupid videos we have to watch is literally ripping off Zach Galifianakis.
He is.
It's literally like, get me a guy with a beard and a long hair, and that's his rap. And every time I see him, I literally want to throw something at the computer.
Yeah.
You feel the same way?
No, it is. They're trying to be as entertaining as possible is because they know we're watching these videos and we have to. But yeah, I'm with Mike, and we've talked about this. That's why he said that, because we're like, what's up with this dude in this robe every time the videos come on? But no, man, listen, we got to do it. It's mandatory. Mike and I, we do our duty for this company, all right?
Yes.
We handle everything that's asked of us.
And again, I never, ever open up any sketchy email because I never check my emails. So it's really not really like there's an issue there, When I go to my company email, there's like 6,000 emails I got to erase.
Ironically enough, with the meeting that we had today, that can no longer happen, Mike.
Yeah,
you will need
correct.
to be
That's
diligent
true. Yes,
on your emails.
Indeed.
Because you know what's involved? Money.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. So another college head coach, his manhood was questioned a little bit. Deion Sanders had a press conference the other day, obviously with Colorado now, and a reporter asked him, how do you stay true to yourself with everything going around you, with all the hubbub and the hoopla around Colorado?
Look at me. What about me would make you think that I care about your opinion of me? Your opinion of me is not the opinion that I have of myself. You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Oh.
You didn't build me, so you can't kill me.
Oh.
You know what? God established me, so you ain't nothing you can do to me. I've been dealing with this foolishness since Pee Wee football, man. I've been him. I've been a difference maker, a game changer. I've been that guy.
He has.
He's not lying. I just like the fact that he was a rapper and didn't even know it right there. But, I don't know. Was it that personal of a question? Did you feel like that question was that personal?
Is it ever, Carl?
No. When Deion has to defend himself, Prime, we know who you are. Like, you don't have to defend yourself like that. If you feel like that guy was that personal with the question,
don't even make it. Don't blow it up. Just be like, nah.
You don't have to even say anything. Because Prime is right. There are guys, we take for granted. Like, I don't know, LeBron, who's been doing this for 30 years and living in the limelight. Right. And you kind of, dude, I know what this is about. I know who I am. I know how to handle this situation. To me, the question just wasn't that personal.
Yeah, and, I get it because he does hear the criticisms. Hell, we had a soundbite. You and I were talking about this, 2 weeks ago, about Coach Venables in Oklahoma throwing shade. A guy is not even in the same conference.
Doesn't matter.
Throwing shade, at this dude. And I don't understand it. Let the man, if he falls flat on his face.
You didn't make me, Mike, so you can't break me.
Yeah. Trying to come up with more rhymes here.
That just came off.
The more prominence he gets, the more his answers in press conferences turn into sermons.
Right.
Yeah, I just
but that's Prime's always, when Prime was an analyst on TV, that's always been his style. Let me tell you what's up with. That's his thing.
Yeah,
that's how he does it.
But here's the deal, though. If you I don't know if he has to do that. Is my point.
Dial it back. But that's then people say he's being a sellout because this Prime. That's the way he's been since he left North Fort Myers High School to go to Tallahassee.
Yeah, I'm not talking about his style, Mike. I'm saying how he answers some of these questions. You don't have to go all in on that. Right. Every question is not a life story, and that's what I'm saying.
I got you. The way he presents it.
Correct.
We started with one for Mike. Let's finish with one for Carl.
Uh-oh.
Because Coach Tomlin was on the All Things Covered podcast.
Yes, I was.
and he was asked, what are your favorite 3 Coach Tomlin-isms?
I'd probably say number one, for practical purposes, is the secret is there's no secret. I think we're all looking for shortcuts, a winning edge, and so forth. And I always want to impress upon the rest of the staff and the players themselves that this is a process that we're going through. And although we're looking for the winning edge, shortcuts aren't one of them.
Number 2,
tedious repetition of routine actions will make us great. I'm just trying to find an artful way of capturing their attention to say, man, you got to come ready for the work every day. The bottom line is there's certain things that we're going to do every day, and it might not be interesting, but it's very necessary. And so I want to sell that. Yep. The third one, man, there's a lot, man. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
I'll give him one of my favorites. Yeah, and you just got here. So I did just get. What you got? Routine. What is it? Routine
plays routinely.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a good one. The reason why I talk about making routine plays routinely, because oftentimes when people think about professional football, they think about the spectacular. Those of us that's been in this thing, we know that true professionalism is making the ordinary plays on a regular basis. Yeah.
Love it. I love it. And by the way, that's just off the top. He's not thinking about any of that because that's what he preaches. Man, that's great, though. Like, when you listen to that, and he's right about these ordinary plays, it's the basic stuff that you get beat on, Mike, that will beat you every Sunday. That routine is routine thing, that is real. Like, it's rare you get a 70-yard pass down the field and you beat everybody over the top. That stuff happens here and there. It's the routine stuff. You can't stop a stretch run play, Mike. You're going to get beat. So I love Coach Tomlin.
I'm a big fan of the guy. And again, if they go to the expanded playoffs format, would have been in the playoffs every season in his coaching career.
You're right.
So the guy's a winner. Now, look, again, he's got to win now, and they got to get things rolling with his new quarterback and, and see if they can get it cooking. But there's a reason some franchises go with stability. And that's why that franchise only had 3 coaches. It's amazing. Since Chuck Noll, you think about it.
No, it's unbelievable. It really is.
I'm going to make a routine play routinely by saying, Bo, hit my music.
I like it. Very nice, Turtle. All right, coming up, Connor Riley's going to join us. How is Brock Bowers going to be used this year? He's the best tight end in college football.
Much like Jeff Speakman, Carl, he is the ultimate weapon.
How do you use him this season? We're going to talk to Connor Riley about that and the latest from fall camp as it's underway for the Dogs next. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're having a good time today. You know why? Because the Falcons made the Dolphins look average. Not my words.
Yes. And again, nationally accredited media throwing this out there. So, as you and I both said on our Twitter accounts, put them up, C. Dukes and Mike Bell ATL. I mean, get on board. We're going to give you, you know what? We're going to give you stick in the mud, on the fence amnesty for about another 3 weeks to get on board, to jump on, and then you can't. Then you can't be part of the club.
Yeah, I think these two practices was the first time. First of all, we've been seeing our guys go against each other, and there are things that you work on. But this is a different scheme. This is a different level of speed, all right, from a defensive standpoint that you're facing. And more importantly, I've said this about the Dolphins. If the Dolphins are going to be good this year, a lot of it's going to have to do with Vic Fangio, their defensive coordinator. And I go way back. Vic Fangio was Dom Capers' DC way back when. He's great at what he does. He's great at putting people in position to be successful. Right. If they're going to be really good, the defense is going to take a step. So I know Vic came into these two practices wanting to challenge the Falcons. So we saw some different things, and our quarterback handled it. Coming out of practice today, Ritter looked really good. 7-on-7, Mike. He threw 4 touchdowns. That's all positive stuff for me right now.
The only thing is, I really like to see the fans get a chance to see Ritter in some preseason, although might not be how Arthur's got it planned. We'll have to find out.
All right, guys, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Well, fall camp is underway. We got a lot of questions. Connor Riley is here. Connor, I was just kind of throwing this around with some of my dog fans. We were talking about, the versatility. That's the word I'm going to use, of Brock Bowers. And then they were saying, well, how are they going to use him? Like, do you line him up and just put him out there and create mismatches? And I said, well, if you saw how Todd Monken used him, they ran reverses with him. They threw quick hitches to him. What do you think Mike Bobo does with the best tight end in college football?
No, he's not just the best tight end in college football. I think, he might be the best player in college football. And your question there, Carl, look, we get a chance to talk to Mike Bobo tomorrow. I think that's one of the more interesting questions because he is not Brock Bowers is not your standard tight end. He is a guy, as you point out, can do a lot of different things. And personally here, it felt like there were times last year where Georgia, just didn't feel the need to rely and lean on Brock Bowers to sort of win games. There was enough talent around the rest of him to where they didn't need to, rev the Ferrari up to 150 miles an hour on the highway. And then you watch games like the Florida game last year or the TCU game last year where it's just clear on a field with great athletes, he's the best player on the field. And so, Mike Bobo's had some successful tight ends in his time previously at Georgia, but he's never had a chance to work with a player like this. And, I mean, I will say, and I don't throw this out lightly because when I was in college, it's hard to imagine a bigger star, but with the way that Mike Bobo got the most out of Todd Gurley, and then even in that 2014 season when he switched seamlessly to getting the most out of Nick Chubb, I know it's a little different going from a running back to a tight end, but if he's able to do something similar there with what he did with Gurley and Chubb, I think Brock Bowers is going to have a monster season, which is already saying something given he's led Georgia in receiving each of the last 2 seasons and scored 24 touchdowns over his first 2 years at Georgia.
Connor Riley, guys, with us. It's K. Connor Riley on Twitter, part of Dog Nation. Got an article today, speaking of tight ends, about the other guy, because Darnell Washington moves on to the NFL, and obviously he was a beast and a freakish athlete. Talk about Oscar Delp and what he's going to bring.
Yeah, no one I think has literally bigger shoes to fill on this team than Oscar Delp. He's going to be the guy that steps in for Darnell Washington, who at 6'7", 280 pounds, just sort of because he has those sort of dimensions, changes the way you can play on offense. Georgia's going to be different offensively this year. They're not going to be in 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 63% of the time like they were a season ago. But they're still going to use Oscar Delp and Brock Bowers in tandem with each other. That's an area of the field where those guys are both noticeably bulked up. Brock Bowers is 10 pounds heavier. Oscar Delp is 20 pounds heavier. And those are guys, obviously, they're gifted athletes catching the ball in space. But I think what makes certainly Brock, and I'm interested in seeing Oscar this year, such complete players, is their ability as blockers. And Todd Hartley said, coming in, Oscar Delp was a wide receiver that was transitioning to the tight end position. And the area where he's made the biggest strides and impressed him the most has been with his ability to block there. And so I think if you see that early in the season, if you can get Oscar Delp on the field as an extra blocker, that's going to open things up later on in the season when they do use him as a pass-catching weapon, because I think you saw something similar last year with Darnell Washington. Delp's not going to be the same level of blocker but an offense that I think is going to lean on the pass a little bit more than they have in years past. I think he's going to be a weapon for Georgia during the season, which is saying something given, again, they have the best tight end in college football in Brock Bowers.
Connor Riley joining us here on the WaitForIt.com hotline. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I want to talk about Glenn Schumann for a minute because, first of all, he gets a raise, well-deserved. But I think that the comment he made about, I'm just happy, like, that, we don't hear that enough. You know, it's always about chasing the money and, hey, he was going to get a better position, going to the Eagles, and he turned that job down. But, Connor, I just think him saying, hey, I'm happy, kind of takes me to a place where we don't hear enough of that from college coaches these days.
No, and it's really interesting, too. Glenn Schumann is 33 years old. It's like, again, to have that kind of perspective, I think is incredibly interesting. And I think he's someone who knows, seeing Kirby Smart and the effort level that he's put in. The only two coaches he's ever worked for are Kirby Smart and Nick Saban. Those are two pretty great guys to work with. And with Kirby Smart in particular, Kirby was patient in taking that first head coaching job, and I think Schumann is seen enough to follow a similar track. Yes, he could have gone and been a defensive coordinator with the Eagles, and if he wanted to, I think he could potentially go back to the NFL at some point. I think he's that well regarded sort of schematically in what he's able to do. But he likes people. He likes the college game. He loves the college atmosphere. I think as well, he's got a young family. I think he's got 2 kids, 4 and 2. And so, the ability to be around them and sort of grow with them in Athens, I think it's something that's very appealing to him. And again, he's an excellent recruiter. You look at the last couple of Georgia defensive coordinators, both of them have been hired to Power 5 head coaching jobs. If Glenn Schumann sticks with this and keeps producing results, which have been the norm here at Georgia, he's going to be a Power 5 head coach sooner rather than later. And, I'll be skeptical. You've seen some, message board fans throw out the idea that he might ultimately replace Nick Saban in Alabama, given Schumann is an Alabama alum. He understands the SEC. He comes from that system. He's worked with Nick Saban. That might be a bit rich for Alabama, for them making that decision there. But, the fact that you could sort of maybe see a world there, especially with the success that Kirby Smart had in essentially making the same move, I think speaks to how highly people think of Glenn Schumann. And I think for Schumann to make that comment about being happy, about being where your feet are at this point in your career, I think sort of speaks to why he is an uncommon coach and why he's one of the best at what he does.
It's our man Connor Riley, our weekly visit with Dog Nation. Since the last time we spoke with you, Connor, Georgia's still got the #1 recruiting class, but they may be a little thin in what they thought they were getting at safety. We spoke to Mike Norvell earlier, KJ Bolden. He swings to Tallahassee, and then Peyton Woodyard going to Crimson Tide. Is that something Dog fans should be concerned about?
No, not really. I mean, again, losing on a player like KJ Bolden, Mike, as a Florida State guy, you have to be thrilled with the kind of player you're getting there. #1 safety in the country, #2 overall player in the state, top 10 player in the country for this class, a true difference maker, and a guy Georgia absolutely went to the mat for to try and recruit, and look, they're still going to try and recruit him up through December, through the early signing period. He's a guy that Georgia wants very badly. Peyton Woodyard, similarly, was a guy that Georgia wanted in their class. There's some family ties to Alabama there that I think ultimately won out. And so, from within the 2024 recruiting class, you look at some of the misses that they've had at that position and say, sure, it's not great there. But they signed 3 safeties in this last 2023 recruiting class. One of those guys, Joe Aguero, already making an impact at the University of Georgia, a guy that's probably going to play a little bit this year. And the other thing, too, to keep in mind with this, well, yes, again, it's not great within the context of the 2024 recruiting cycle. Malachi Starks still has at least 2 years remaining at Georgia. And one of the consistent things throughout Kirby Smart's time here at the University of Georgia is they have always gotten great safety play. They've developed it from a bunch of different spots in a bunch of different areas. J.R. Reed was a transfer in from Tulsa. He left as a Thorpe Award finalist. Lewis Seen, 5-star prospect. He was a first-round draft pick. Chris Smith was a guy who was originally a cornerback coming in, first-team All-American, and one of the great playmakers, and in my opinion, the best safety to ever play for the University of Georgia. So they've consistently got great safety play. They're going to continue to do that. Even you look at a guy like Javon Bullard, who was a relatively anonymous recruit coming out of Baldwin High School in Milledgeville. He's a guy already being talked about as a first-round pick in this upcoming year. They know what they're doing at the University of Georgia in terms of finding and identifying talent. So within this one recruiting class, yeah, it's been a little bit worrying, but I think when you take a step back and look at the overall track record of what Georgia has been able to do at the safety position, they're going to be just fine.
And just to follow up, we did ask Norvell about that, but to your point, Connor, the chicken's still not in the pot because the recruiting period is still active. So, yeah, even though he's still, he's close, but still a chance for Georgia to get him. So just to clarify.
Right. And again, Bolden is a guy Georgia wanted badly, and I know there's been a lot said about can Georgia recruit Gwinnett County better? How do they go about getting more players out of Buford? As you pointed out at the start of all this, Mike, Georgia still has the number one recruiting class in the country. They're probably going to finish with the number one recruiting class in the country. And again, Georgia's recruiting better than anyone. They're developing talent better than anyone, and they're winning more than anyone at this point.
Quarterback seeing equal time, Connor, right now?
It's still a little ahead for Carson Beck, but again, they're going to want to give all these guys these reps, and I think the first real, mark of demarcation comes this Saturday when Georgia has their first fall scrimmage, and that's going to be a chance for those guys to be put in situations where, red zone, third down, the areas that Kirby Smart wants to see those guys succeed and do the things necessary to prove that they can be the starting quarterback. I think one of the things that'll be interesting to watch, again, given that their schedule is so easy the first 2 weeks of the season, UT Martin and Ball State, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if they give a guy like Brock Vandagriff a chance in the first half of those games, just because I think so much of Brock's game, not so much, but a key part of his game is predicated on his mobility, and you can't really showcase that in a scrimmage setting where you're not allowed to hit the quarterback. And so they're going to want to use as much possible data points as possible to sort of see who's going to be the starting quarterback and who's going to give this team what they need. But as we sit here today on August 9th, I still expect that to be Carson Beck. I think this is a really strong group of pass catchers, and I think with what he has shown so far and where his game is sort of tailored, I think fits with what this offense is ultimately going to look like at its best.
We were joking around last hour, Connor. I mean, Nick Saban had Pete Rose at Alabama to talk to the players. I mean, I'm not saying Nick's losing his fastball, but that's just struck me as kind of an odd choice based on what happened in Alabama last season with their baseball scandal.
Yeah, and, especially gambling there with Pete Rose, whereas, Maria Taylor was on hand to talk to Georgia players today about media training and how to speak to the media and things like that. And so, this is a really interesting season for Alabama, given, yes, there are some questions about what they might ultimately be, but there are also people, coaches out there still voting them number one in the coaches poll, even coming off an 11-2 season, as disappointing as that is compared to where Alabama usually is. And they've got a good bit more of questions surrounding them than they usually do, especially certainly last year when they had Bryce Young and Will Anderson and still failed to make it to the SEC championship game in Atlanta.
Dogs are going to open up. We know the coaches poll, number one team in the country. It's almost like secondary now, right? I mean, you don't even think about it. It's like, oh, Dogs are number one. I don't think Kirby talks about it. I don't think he even addresses it. Does he?
No, I don't think this is going to come up at all in interviews next time we get to talk to Kirby on Saturday. The first time it sort of happened, certainly back in the 2021 season when it seemed like, obviously that team was on its way to a special season, we sort of made note of it, and they're like, yeah, we don't really care. We've got a game this week against, Kentucky or something like that. And so I think, it as you point out, Carl, it is just sort of the norm. It is, you win back-to-back titles, like this is sort of what comes with it. This is, the fact that there are people out there that think this isn't the number one team in the country. I'm sure they're going to use that as motivation. No one is out here saying they're going 7-5. But, look, there are still people out there that think Alabama can be the team at the top. There are still people that think Ohio State is a very real contender. Jim Harbaugh is saying everything he can about Michigan to make it clear how talented this team is. And so Kirby Smart sees all that, hears all that, notes all that, and is going to do everything in his power to make sure that his players know about that and so that they can use that as fuel for motivation for this upcoming season.
Great stuff. Connor Riley, tell the people where they can find your stuff.
Yep, as always, you guys can follow me on Dog Nation as well as on Twitter at @KConnorRiley.
Yeah, man, you're putting a lot of stuff out there, by the way. You're on your game.
Yeah, baby. Content.
Yeah, no doubt.
I need 3 pieces of content a day from you, mister.
Connor, man, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Dog Nation.
And by the way, just to clarify, because guys are hitting us up on the text line.
Yeah.
Look, I love Pete Rose. He's one of the best players I ever saw. Should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But when your baseball coach gets fired for calling in action, not the best guy maybe to bring in to talk to your players because he's famous for betting on baseball.
It makes total sense. What you're saying makes total sense to me.
Let me say it slower for Alabama fans, Carl. The optics aren't good.
No, totally. Not after what happened. But we'll see. Maybe Nick Saban has a plan and how he's dealing with this with Pete Rose. And he's one of the all-time greats, but that's not what we're talking about.
But you know what Milrose said? I didn't know how to do a 3-team teaser, and now I know.
Hey, coming up, it was We love you. We'll tell you about it next.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to Connor Riley talking dogs with us. I hope we don't take this for granted. We just casually talk about the dogs and how good this program is now, Mike, and where they're at. And it's just like I said, coach is number one. Like 60-some-odd coaches are like dogs.
Right.
And we just kind of like, yeah, number one, whoop-de-doo, It's no big deal.
I told you a million times, moving here in 98, and all my best friends are mostly class of 88, some are class of 87 at UGA. To be where you are now, where you're the odds-on favorite to go back and make it a three-peat.
Unreal.
I mean, it's hard to get your head around. But, yeah, I mean, when you've got the defense, you got a great offensive line, and some of the conversations we've had about Desmond Ridder are kind of applicable to Georgia with Carson Beck, because he's surrounded with so much talent. So there you go.
Yeah, it's easy to just come off the zone. Yeah, dogs number one. Like it's what we do.
No, I mean, look, if Alabama had their quarterback next year, this year, it'd be a different conversation.
It probably would be. Yeah, it probably would be. All right, coming up, guys. Guy Talk is on the way in 15 minutes. Also, we will let you hear from Coach Arthur Smith. Today's practice, I'm calling it a success, okay? Mm-hmm. You're hearing nothing but positive things about how the Falcons looked in these two practices. And again, I don't want to say, I used this term earlier, they didn't dominate Miami, but they did what they wanted to do. And when Scott Bair came on and said they made the Dolphins look average, and then their head coach came out and said the same thing, Mike McDonald, it makes you feel like we won, okay, these two practices and what you were trying to get accomplished. That is good news. It could be the opposite. So we'll let you hear from Coach. Also, Desmond Ridder went on the Rich Eisen show, Mike, talking about a lot of things, including what about all that chatter with Lamar Jackson? What was going on behind the scenes? He speaks on that for the first time. You'll hear it coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's talk about last night, man. I always say you watch Hard Knocks, and it gives you a perspective of that particular team if you're not a fan, okay? Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of people jumping on the bandwagon. There are Jets fans now all over the place because they think the Jets are going to do something. Right. So last night we see this introductory, episode 1. Liv Shriver is a part of the episode, which is, if you haven't seen it, you'll see how he enters, and it's pretty cool.
It's kind of funny to see Ray Donovan. And how many guys didn't know that Liv Shriver is the voice of Hard Knocks all these years?
So, and I think, what's he call him? The voice of God? Is that what he calls him? Aaron Rodgers. Mike, this was a kiss-up fest. Everybody was saying, 8 is great. 8 is this. He's a nice dude. 8 is cool. And I was like, and again, I get it. It's all about Aaron. But this particular episode, it was nonstop. Now, did he have some great throws and do some things? Mm-hmm. Yes, he's Aaron Rodgers. But it's almost like, hey, this is going to be the thing we're going to focus on. And I get it. It's going to get numbers. Everybody's going to be watching. But I want to get your take on it because last night we saw Garrett Wilson. We saw Sauce. They got some really good young players there with the Jets.
But when you think about, like, when you go, if you're a Jets fan, I've got buddies I went to high school with, and Chris, our producer, is a big Jets fan. When you think about one of your best quarterbacks in the last 15 years is Mark Sanchez, you can understand why there's so much excitement around Aaron Rodgers. I mean, when one of your top 10 quarterbacks is Chad Pennington, that tells you a lot about the organization, where they've been.
Yeah, it's true. Garrett Wilson and Sauce, by the way, we're talking about their battles now. This was kind of cool. I thought part of Hard Knocks episode 1. You've got the Rookie of the Year, right, offensively, and Sauce, who's considered to be the best corner right now. And these two guys are going at it every day. This is what it sounded like.
Every time me and Sauce go out there to compete, I respect what he does. He respects what I do.
It's a big respect thing. At the end of the day, we came in together. Same draft class, and we know we're going to give each other work.
It's fun to compete with him. I know Sauce wants that level of competition. I want it too.
Hey, this me right here.
I get him a few times, and then he gets me a few times, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and Mike, listen, there's no debating. They have some really good talent, as we said. But I think a lot of people are thinking this thing's going to blow up. Like, their first 6 games, tough. Right. Okay, they got the Cowboys, the Chiefs. I mean, they got some teams in the first 6 weeks of the season. Yeah, they're going to be on in prime time and all of that. But we could be looking after the first 6 weeks. This team may be below 500.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how stacked the AFC is. The schedule you just mentioned doesn't do any favors. That's why when you look at where they're at, we went 7-10 against a bad division. They went 7-10 against a really good division. I know the Patriots aren't everything they're cracked up to be, but when you consider how they hung in that division with Buffalo and Miami, and still, it's that's why people are excited. They've got pieces at wide receiver. I still think they should go call, and they didn't ever pull the trigger on the Dalvin Cook thing. It was like a flirtation.
Yeah, it was.
It never got consummated. But you get so many weapons, and Salah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Salah should lighten up a little bit. I saw him at the Hall of Fame game. Don't be wrapped so tight, man. Let it breathe.
He is wrapped tight.
I wonder if he's going to coach tight.
Yeah.
Because now you're in games that are going to really matter.
You're absolutely right. Schedule-wise, Bills to start the season, guys. Then at Cowboys, Patriots, Chiefs, at Broncos, Eagles.
Yeah, the Sean Payton Bowl against the Broncos is. Good luck finding a bunch of wins in that one, right?
Yeah, I just think and that's the
games
first
you just listed.
First 6 weeks. So, again, on the road to Denver and on the road to the Cowboys. Now, if they come out of this, 5-1, then maybe all the hype is real. But I'm saying there's a real chance, Mike, that won't happen, and people are going to start to panic. Here is Zach Wilson talking about the past 2 seasons because he was a part of the first episode. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And if you don't watch, again, we were on it a few years back. Mike and I always say this. If we could get this access every year for our team, it'd be great.
It. I love this. I wish the Falcons had it every year. Not everybody feels that way.
All right, here's Zach Wilson.
Obviously, the last 2 years have been tough, but just trying to find my way as a quarterback. Honestly, things kind of felt like they were maybe getting a little bit worse each week, and confidence was going down. So, not always fun.
Yeah, and they're showing him getting sacked.
It's like a montage of him looking terrible, basically.
He held the ball too long, right? Yeah. You could see it.
Got to get rid of it.
So I don't know if he's ever going to be the starter that we thought he would be. At some point, Aaron will say goodbye, and maybe he takes over, or maybe he ends up on another team, Mike.
Aaron says he loves the guy.
I heard him.
In a brotherly sense that, he's trying to help the dude out. All the things that came out of the Hall of Fame game, it's been well documented. One thing I got for sure, Hackett may have been totally in over his head in Denver, but Aaron Rodgers loves that dude. That's his boy. Hackett is his guy. How about when they were throwing the footballs, throwing a pylon thing, and he's like psyching him out and everything. He's like, Sean Payton! Nathaniel Hackett was throwing it. I thought that was, he's got a rapport with the guy for sure.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just cut out to be an OC and not a head coach.
And some guys are great at that. It's okay. You don't have to be a head coach to be great at your job. So Aaron Rodgers also in that Hall of Fame game, we mentioned this last week, guys. He says in the headset to Zach Wilson who he needed to throw the ball to. Wilson delivers a 57-yard strike, and this is Aaron Rodgers calling that play.
Great call by Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he called that one. How to give him a little shout out there.
I'm ready for a bomb. Throw it up to Malik. Touchdown. Throw it to Malik. No, it's going to Malik.
Has time, floats a bomb down the left sideline, drops it in.
Yeah, Malik! Yeah, I knew it.
And that's why Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. He's seeing it from the sideline, and he tells Wilson, throw it to Malik. And he does, and he delivers a strike.
Right.
And you just, you get a sense of that's why you can't fool these veteran guys. It's like Tom Brady. You aren't going to do anything that Brady hadn't seen.
Yeah, and look, I get it. It's easy not to like Zach Wilson because he looks like a member of the Cobra Kai in the movie. And he also, and he just seems like a bit of a rich little entitled brat. And it just, like, I don't, if he has the hots for, if Stacy's mom is getting it on with him.
Stacy's mom
is got
going on.
Whatever. But he just seemed to not, the balance in the locker room, if you produce and you get the job done, guys will put up with some idiosyncrasies that maybe be aggravating. But he just seemed like he just lost that locker room like that up in New York.
Well,
it's hard to get it back.
Mike, he should have took blame for a loss that he should have said it was my bad. My fault. I didn't play well today.
Right.
And instead, he deflected that. And veteran guys in the locker room didn't appreciate that. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, guys. You can check out Hard Knocks. We'll be watching and seeing because, again, this is going to be one of the storylines. And it may go downhill, as we said, early or may not. And maybe they're in contention here and, they start off hot and then they become even a bigger story. I'm hoping the Falcons become a story early on, Mike. Right. I need the first 5 or 6 weeks where people are going, man, have you seen the Falcons? What's going on? I have a sense, this is just me, that is what we're going to be talking about. And again, I'm not saying we're going to go undefeated, but I think there's just going to be a different feel to what this football team is going to be.
Yeah, I think two things. By the way, would you love to have this access with the Falcons with Desmond Ridder?
In a heartbeat.
And especially with all these personalities and to let the listeners, you've heard some of the interviews and you've seen some of the things we've told you or heard the things about Bijan Robinson. I'd love to have that access. That's why it's almost like if you and I were having this conversation like a month ago about all the a la carte television, I would pay $10 or whatever a month to get that.
Yeah.
And have that behind the scenes cameras and see all this stuff.
If they just had like an NFL Films channel.
Right.
Right.
And to see that behind the scenes. Now, the thing is, you laid out earlier, the Jets, I mean, if this was the NFC, if the Jets were the NFC, then they may go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But they're in the AFC. And you got a lot of roadblocks, man.
It is tough. Erica says, Dukes, I'm not watching Hard Knocks now because of you guys, LOL. She's saying we just gave her the full gamut. Listen, you can watch. There's a lot more stuff to it.
Now, I mean, at the end, Liev Schreiber does talk to Aaron Rodgers. It's kind of funny.
That is.
It's not laugh out loud funny, but it's amusing.
Yeah. Because I think they knew the mics were on and they didn't want to go all in.
See, that's the thing. With Hard Knocks in previous seasons, going all the way back to remember Dave Campo was a Cowboys coach?
Oh, yeah.
He goes, stay out of the hotel bars. Nothing good going. There was nobody knew he almost felt like nobody knew the cameras were on. This is one with the Jets.
People know.
And that's why maybe the Jets, and I was going to do a podcast on this, maybe the Jets are going to be the team that kills Hard Knocks. Because you're not getting any conflict. And there's no drama. And you watch this for real stories.
Yes, you do.
It's supposed to be the best reality show. It's overdubbed, over-edited, and the Jets have taken the juice out of it so far. One episode.
Erica, she's being smart. Thanks. I'm not watching now.
Well, Eric, I got to be honest. I mean, I thought the Johnny Manziel was more compelling.
I agree
on
with
Netflix.
You. I do agree with you. All right, Mike, we got to get to some guy talk. What do you got coming up?
All right, we often talk about, being on a plane and hoping when you're at the gate, you're looking around, please let there not be some crazy person or drunk person who get this flight diverted to Amarillo when you're flying to Las Vegas or wherever. Wait till you hear this audio of this crazy woman on this American Airlines plane, and we're going to compare and contrast it with the movie Airplane.
Uh-oh.
And you take a listen. That's on the way. Plus, why did an Auburn fan and a former Miss Houston County try to get her husband killed? Stay tuned.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Oh, it's packed with shenanigans like Snickers is packed with peanuts. It's a Dukes and Bell, man. Real quick, want to give a shout out to a man on Twitter known as Big Low Country, Carl.
All right.
He hit us up. He says, I ain't even going back and forth. Everybody doubting Desmond Ritter's abilities. He goes, Atlanta Falcons ready. We can show you better than we can tell you. And I said, all right, man, I'm down with it. I said, me too. And I wrote parentheses, I hope.
Oh,
and
come on.
No. And then he hit me back and he said, same here. We'll see how it goes. Could a brother get a follow back? I said, yes. So there you go.
Very nice.
I said, you better give me some good content, though.
You put pressure on me.
Make it worth my while. Hey, speaking of good content, Acuna back in the mix. Dave O'Brien just tweeted out the lineup card for the Pirates game, and Acuna is back in the mix, leading off.
All right, that's good news. Acuna for life.
Right on.
Getting hit last night in the elbow, guys. He did have the armor on. He's got a protective thing on his elbow. Right. But Snit said he thought that ball went in between there, Mike. And that's why that's why they were worried last night.
I mean, man, what's the point of having that stuff on if there's a crease? You should be able to, might as well just wear like a tire on your arm like the Michelin Man, which half these guys look like anyway. Here's a crazy story for you. We'll start in the Bahamas, Carl, where a woman who was married to a former Auburn football player fell in love with a bartender.
Okay.
And then got his buddy and the bartender.
What's a beautiful woman like you doing on a beach like this, all alone? Where is your husband?
If you see the picture of this dude, that's basically how this thing went down. I don't know. I apologize for not knowing if it's Shiver or Shiver, but the dude is named Robert Shiver, played for Auburn, and apparently does pretty well for himself. They have a $2.5 million home in Thomasville.
Okay.
His lovely wife is apparently a former Miss Houston County, down there by Warner Robins.
Okay.
So it's the quintessential perfect Southern family you'd see at an Auburn tailgate.
What's a beautiful woman like you doing on a beach like this?
Apparently, she was leading a double life.
I bet she was.
This is from, again, I see. Why can't I get a story like this in the Atlanta Journal and Constitution? Yes, I understand they've got their own standards. This is tabloid journalism at its finest.
I'm with you.
I got to go to the New York Post to get a story about an Auburn football player's wife trying to get him murdered, and she's from Thomasville. This should be in the AJC. It's a hell of a lot more interesting than the stuff they're putting out there.
Well, it happened here, didn't it?
Right. It's close enough. And the New York Post got these great family photos of, as I said, looking like the quintessential Southern football family. She lived a double life, said one of her friends.
Tell me more.
This Georgia housewife with the lovely kids and the Bahamas bad girl. She was arrested last month after Bahamian police discovered her alleged plot while investigating the theft at the bar where her alleged lover was
Are you
working.
alone, lovely lady?
How about I whip you up a big rum runner, girl?
Oh, my goodness.
So now she maintains that when the marriage was going south that the husband was abusive, so I don't know if that's accurate or not. But from the outside looking in, it was perfect, a friend said. But she was bored for a long time. Lindsay was a firecracker. So apparently she would spend times away from the husband over there in the Bahamas getting it in. I don't think this is something you should be doing. If you're getting estranged, and she got some estranged down there in the Bahamas.
That's one way to put it.
Again, then all bets are off.
Wait. You let your lady go down to Bahamas alone.
Now, she maintained that her and her husband had agreed that they were going to separate, so there's really nothing there.
So this was over before anybody found out.
Yeah, but then when you've got a photo of her husband and she writes, "Kill him," and that's put in evidence.
What?
That's kind of hard to get around, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, I would say that's one that you could argue that would be a smoking gun, if not, albeit a murder weapon.
Yeah. I got to tell you guys, at that point, whether you kick it in or not, you're a beautiful woman on the beach, and she sends that, I'm out. I'm just letting you guys know, like, Mike, you got to know if you're that guy. Oh. Like, she sends that picture, and you're like, who are you? I don't even know who you are. Like,
apparently,
I'm not responding.
The husband's a big life insurance muckety-muck, and his dad is involved with Flower Foods. So there's some coin there. Divorce records show that he cut her off from the family home in Baker's Bay and barred her from using the family's private jet during the divorce.
Oh, that's how she was getting down there.
That's a Big 10-4.
What's a beautiful woman like you?
Yeah, former local pageant queen. She was a cheerleader. Got 3 beautiful kids. Won't see mom anymore. She'll be making license plates in the Bahamas.
Would you stop?
But anyway,
Would you stop?
At least not for the short term.
Can I ask?
Sure.
The bartender?
Yeah. He's a smooth operator.
I'm just wondering.
He looks a little bit like if Chuck Smith had a love child with Beyonce.
Okay.
How's that?
That's fine. That's fine.
For those that are looking for the shade.
I just want to know. You got to ask. Like, she had a lot, Mike, on her plate.
Yes, she did.
And she was willing to, as we say, risk it all.
That's a big 10-4. So we'll see where this one goes.
She was willing to risk it all.
She was willing to risk it all.
Yeah.
So stay tuned on that one. All right, you and I always talk about this, and it's never happened, knock wood, to me or you, where although you didn't really have a plane, crash in Las Vegas and you're sitting next to an NBA bust.
Well, yeah, that would have been the storyline. I would have gotten no coverage whatsoever.
It was
Greg Oden goes down with plane.
The former Buckeye.
I would have gotten no love.
The plane took off like squirrely, right? And you were a little freaked out by it, right?
It didn't climb. So it was like 120 degrees. Right. It was July, 2 years ago now. And it didn't climb. Like, when you take off and they usually get to that 10,000 feet, and, the seatbelt thing goes off. And the guy literally comes on, yes, we have a blown engine. We're going to have to turn around and make an emergency landing in Las Vegas. Don't want to alarm anybody, but the fire folks will be on the runway in case we catch on fire.
So that's one thing you definitely don't want to have to deal with. The other, as we said, is the overserved, the drunk guy or girl acting stupid or crazy. You may have heard this already, a flight on American Airlines from Dallas-Fort Worth, DFW, down to Orlando. And apparently a woman, she's traveling with her family.
Okay.
And they later identified her, and apparently she's a marketing executive. And she's arguing with her family. Someone stole her earbuds. She can't find them. Don't know if she was overserved, but Tiffany Gomez starts running down the aisle of the plane saying this.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
She's saying a gentleman on the plane wasn't real?
Not real. And then this plane is you're going to die. The plane's going to crash. I'm getting off. So they got to go back to the gate.
Jeez.
And then eventually the cops, they took her away, and there you go. So, but now let's compare and contrast.
I don't want to call her crazy yet, Mike. Is she crazy?
Well, I mean, again, we got to be careful with mental illness, but deranged. I mean, maybe overserved.
Did I just try to not protect myself? Is she crazy?
Yeah, perhaps she took an Ambien and washed it down with 3 gin and tonics before she got on the plane.
She thought there was somebody that was not human on the plane.
Well, I don't know where her life went south, but she's a 38-year-old Oklahoma State University graduate, served as vice president for Elevate Brand Marketing, and at one point was listed as the 20 most watchable young leaders for that business in 2017.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it went all downhill.
Right. Well, maybe there was a precedent, because here's what her mom did in 1980 on an airplane.
Not anymore. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here. Calm down. Get a hold of me.
Calm down. Now get back to your seat. I'll take care of this. Calm down. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Doctor, you want it on the phone.
Doctor, you're wanted on the phone.
So, now, again, if you're of a certain age and you hadn't seen Airplane, that still makes me laugh.
Oh, it's funny.
And there's an entire line of passengers that are with. They even had, like, guys who were Hare Krishnas with boxing gloves holding a wrench. Like, everybody wanted to smack around the hysterical person. So,
so has she been kicked off of American Airlines?
I believe
guessing?
she's been banned from American Airlines. Let's see here. I'm trying to find the specifics on this.
Can I be honest, though, Mike? If you hear that on a plane, like, you think she's really freaking out.
Yeah, she gave a verbal criminal trespass notice, and apparently she tried to come back to the TSA screening once they got her to the curbside. So a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah.
I don't know what made her say. She was traveling with her family. They said family members.
And they were on the plane.
Yes. And apparently nobody wanted to come to her aid, because if you watch the videos, nobody in her family and her party is coming to her rescue.
Okay, listen, I'm all good until you start talking about somebody not being real.
That's correct. He's not real.
Yeah, that part.
I got time for one more, Chris. I know we got Falcon Report coming up. What happened down there in Miami? Here's one more airplane-related story. I didn't get to this one earlier in the week. A Lufthansa pilot, very frustrated, a flight from Stuttgart that was going to land in Sicily, I believe in Messina. Apparently, it gets diverted to mainland Italy. And while he's holding, because there's something to do with the airport security, he got upset, and he basically, in his holding pattern, drew a giant weenus over the Mediterranean.
With the airplane?
He circled twice. and then he went down a ways, came back. And then when you put it all together and you look at the track of the airplane, it makes a giant weenus between the toe of Italy and the island of Sicily.
That's pretty funny.
And there is your guy talk, aviation related today on a hump day.
Yeah, pretty funny, man. And by the way, you got to have some skill to do that.
Right on.
All right, you got to have a little skill to do that. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk about our Falcons, guys. Arthur Smith, very pleased with these joint practices. And I am too, because the stuff we're hearing coming out of practices are all positive, and this is not spin. If they didn't play well, if they got beat up, we'd be hearing about it. That's not what we're hearing. Hey, this hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate, guys. Coming up, Falcon Report next.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, you better get on board, ATL. The Falcons looking good in these joint practices against the Dolphins. First preseason game is Friday. We don't know who's going to play, how much time they'll actually play. But I don't know if it matters because a lot of the work you wanted to see, if you're Coach Art and Arthur Smith and his staff, you got in over these last couple of days. Pregame starts at 5, kicks at 7 on Friday. And, Mike, let's talk about what Arthur Smith had to say today because it was all about Desmond Ridder. I said this, guys, 7-on-7. Ridder was 4 for 4 in the red zone. He hit London, CP, Bijan, and Fitzpatrick for touchdowns. Things look good on even on the defensive side as they did a really good job of limiting what the Dolphins' offense had or wanted to do. Mike McDaniel comes out and says, I didn't necessarily think we were that good today. And then he talked about the penalties that the Dolphins had. Yeah. They weren't disciplined. So, listen, I don't know. Our coach sounds like he liked what he saw. Their coach sounds like he still feels like they got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and I know that, as we said, if you weren't at camp or you hadn't seen some of the things we've got a chance to see, first things first, you notice the size and the athleticism. And that's one of the things which the Dolphins are noticing. And the fact that, a big-time, highfalutin offense is getting the best Falcons punch. They're not backing down from these dudes. And I know that everybody made so much yesterday over at Tyreek. I know the Dolphins put this video, Tyreek Hill running circles around Trey Flowers. Well, yeah, because Trey Flowers is a 6'3" backups, look more like a safety than a corner. Today's a day where apparently we put it to the Dolphins. Now, we're just going by published media accounts and what we heard from Scott Bear, who's down there for the Falcons.
I will say this, and I think he's going to join the show tomorrow. Cameron Wolf, Turtle's going to join us tomorrow from NFL Network. He was here watching us last week. Before that, he was in Carolina, and we were talking about Carolina and all the buzz around Bryce Young. Today, he's been down there watching these two practices.
What did he say?
After 2 days of joint practices, I came away impressed with the Falcons' new-look defense. Falcons' new-look defense. They didn't back down to the challenge of the Dolphins' uber-talented, speedy offense. He's not lying. They got speed all over the place.
Right.
And then he says Terry Fontenot's done a really great job of rebuilding this defense on all three levels. A team to watch this year. He's talking about us.
Yeah, and I know that for years we've told you guys last year at camp, Carl, we broke camp. Carl goes, how many games did we win? I think we win 7 games this year. And this year I think we win 10 games. Because we had money to spend. We finally got out of the cap hell. So, guys, you want to be in the boat? Here's the boat. You want to be in the boat? You want to be outside?
Get in.
I think you want to jump in. And I know that seeing is believing until you see what we do in week 1 against Carolina because we always have that portion of the fan base which is on the fence. But there's some really good things happening with this team because they finally had the resources to go out and fix the things which needed fixing.
All right, let's hear from Coach Arthur Smith. First of all, what did he think about Ridder? He's talking to D-Led here. So you hear this at the beginning. And, guys, just so you know, they have a rapport. They play around with each other because D always asks the first question. He's the longest tenure reporter to cover the Falcons, and that's the respect that they give him. So that's what you hear. But the question is, how did Ridder play today?
How was his practice against the Dolphins?
Were you still on the
I was on your field today.
How'd you think the red zone started?
Started good. You scored touchdowns on all three. All three, yeah. Yeah.
So, anyways, in all seriousness, I thought it was pretty solid. There's always things to coach off of, but Dez has done a good job.
He's not throwing it to the other team, guys. He hadn't been doing that in practice a lot. Now, do I want him to be more precise, Mike, to make the decision of where he wants to go with the ball? Yes, it's bugged me. But I'm going to give that time to continue to develop. The thing that I'm loving right now, and he showed us this last year when he played, Mike, it was 4 games. He's not throwing it to the other team. You limit turnovers, guys. You give your team a chance to win. That is the biggest thing with young quarterbacks in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So if he's not throwing it to the other team and he's making the right decisions, which is what Arthur Smith said he's doing in these last 2 practices, that's good news for the Falcons. Here's Arthur talking about how much Ridder may play on Friday.
We're going to talk as a staff, Josh. Our guys are going to play in the preseason, but when and how much will determine for this game in particular in the next 24 hours. I just got to go back and see where we're at. If guys are a little nicked up, probably hold them. So it's not just Dez, but if he goes out there, it'll be with the first offense as well. Right. So, and then the other thing too, we got to get an evaluation. We want to use the third quarterback. So there's some things, but our guys will play in the preseason to be determined about Friday night.
All right, I know some Falcon fans want to see, all the starting starters out there on the offensive line, from Jake Matthews, Bergeron. Obviously, you want to see, everybody we thought on the left side, which was the big giant question mark last year, created a lot of trouble for us. So, do you think we'll see Ritter for a quarter? Game one? I mean,
I'd like to.
I'd
like to.
And I understand Arthur's the work that you need to see in the progression is happening in these camps. And other coaches are saying the same things about their guys because of the 3-game preseason schedule, you have to have these kind of joint practices. So maybe he's seen enough that you won't get him. It's a buzzkill for us because we want to see Ritter out there, and the fans want to see him too.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And again, I don't need to see a whole game. I just want him to get in rhythm. Like, I want to feel like he goes out, might go 7 of 8. I don't know, 150 yards, 4 touchdowns. Too much? I just want to see him get into a rhythm. I'm joking. And then get him out of there. Playing him for a series is just not enough for me.
No, I mean, last year, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 1 turnover, running the football. He got hit. That's how that happened. But the dude was, again, the game plan was a bit much. And now, as he said just a few weeks ago, everything started to come easier for him. So I know we got a lot of doubting Thomases out there on Desmond Ritter, and it would certainly go a long way to shutting them up if this guy went out there and balled out, at least for a full series, taking the team down the field and doing something against Miami.
Yeah, I totally agree. 404-726-0929. Also, the Falcons today were trying to work on the run game. Okay, you're not taking guys down to the ground. It's still practice. You can do that on Friday in the preseason game. But here's what Arthur Smith said about the run game today.
2 things. One, you obviously want to see if the tracks are right. It's blocked correctly, and then it's just subjective too. Sometimes if you're attacking Tyler Algier, like some of his arm tackles maybe real, some not. And sometimes you don't see something on the back guy. Their guys did a nice job, and we coach our guys to do that. When you're playing the backside, guys pull up at the game that may be a tackle, but they're pulling up so to create a pile of bodies. So you got to take that into consideration too when you're evaluating it. You just want to see a technique coming off, or track's good, was the hole actually there?
Yeah, man. There are things, obviously, and he's a perfectionist, that guy, the coach right there.
Right.
It's never going to be 100 for him. Mike, for him, he's always looking at the little things and blocking and what guys aren't doing. We talk to him, and he goes, I got to look at the film. And we're like, it looked good. He's always looking for something.
Right. And look, the guy, we're going to run the football a lot. A lot of guys, it's funny, I was doing it. Don't laugh at me. I know it's early in the season. I did a mock draft today.
Oh, don't do it.
Well, I mean, hey, some knuckleheads are already doing their drafts. I mean, they're real drafts. You got to wait till Labor Day, man. You got to see the injuries and the roster moves. But I digress. But no, I mean, just curious. The one guy you feel most confident about as far as points in fantasy, and that translates to points in football, is going to be Bijan Robinson. And then is it going to be Pitts? Is it going to be, by the way, Pitts, and I brought this up with Carl earlier in the show. We were talking about what do you see from Pitts. Pitts did everything but score a touchdown in the game in Miami in 21. I was down there for that before I had too many Bacardis, but I do remember, Carl, that there was a sequence. He had that amazing one-handed catch. He goes for 163 yards. That was Matt Ryan delivering the football. Last year, we only got to see that for a little bit because, let's be honest, Mariota couldn't keep it in the same zip code.
No, he could not.
And by the time Ritter got on the field, he was banged up.
Well, yeah, he was gone for the last 6 games. Hey, let's hear from Desmond Ritter. He went on the Rich Eisen show today as we're talking about the Falcons. Tomorrow, guys, it'll be walkthrough. They'll get a little rest, and then Friday will be the first preseason game. Right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Ritter was asked by Rich Eisen, Mike, about proving the doubters wrong. And Rich Eisen even said, you got a lot of haters, and this is what Ritter said.
For me, I really feel like it's just going out and just, proving everyone wrong, just still having that chip on my shoulder, who I've been to, coming out of high school. And so for me, not much has changed. Just going out, working every single day, worked every day in the off season, just to, be the best player and best teammate that I can be when time comes.
Okay, so last 2 days, again, Art saying his decision-making has been good. Ritter saying the goal is bigger than just anything individual. It's all about the team. But, Mike, we wondered if they had reached out to him during that whole Lamar Jackson situation that we were talking about. And, listen, you guys know, we don't back off of stuff. If Lamar Jackson was available, which obviously he wasn't now, we know this, we said we should be in the mix. Right. We didn't know what our quarterback situation was going to be.
No, and whatever you thought about Ritter, I mean, Lamar Jackson was a proven entity. We can debate his, his sturdiness with some of the injuries, but the guy's a former MVP. That beats a guy who's played 4 games. And I think any team out there worth their salt would at least kick the tires. Ravens always had the final right of refusal on this deal, so we never really were in the tall weeds peeing with the big dogs on Lamar Jackson. Matter of fact, we were one of the first teams to go, we are not interested in Lamar Jackson. Now, some of that was, I think, some owners, it was more pushback from what Deshaun Watson got in Cleveland. What do you want to call that, collusion? But we, maybe because we believe in Ritter, said that.
Well, Ritter said today on the Rich Eisen show, the team reached out to him early on when all of this stuff started happening, and we didn't know this, and basically said, chill, you're our guy. Listen to Ritter.
They definitely have reached out to me. I was not the ones who reached out, but yeah, for me, like I said, at the end of the day, whether they brought someone in or didn't bring someone in, I was still going to put my head down and grind every single day.
So they did reach out to you during that process and say, pay no mind to that?
Yeah, throughout the off season, they were just letting me know that they want me to be their guy, and we're going to go out and work.
What did that mean to you?
For me, it meant everything. It meant that obviously, one, that they had drafted me for a reason and a true reason. And two, that they had seen, the work that I put in, over the course of last season, being a backup and just putting in the work every single day, and knew that, I had the intangibles and everything to do to go out there and lead a team.
See, this I put on the Falcons because y'all were playing with our emotions. If you guys would have told us from the jump, right after the season was over, he's our guy. We're not bringing anybody in. We may draft another quarterback to back him up, but he's our guy. They didn't do that, Mike. They played with us and went, we're not sure. Well, we're going to see what happens. You guys remember this. Oh, we'll see. So you gave us this interpretation that you weren't fully sold on him. Then the Lamar Jackson stuff pops up, and now all of a sudden you're calling him and going, you're our guy, and then they had to clarify.
Because, if you go back, I know it's a ways back now, but when you go back to the end of last season, knowing that you were going to finally come out of this salary cap, situation you were in, if you were interested in Derek Carr, you could have made a play for that guy. Or you say, I got a guy that I believe's got bigger upside. But
it wasn't until the March stuff happened.
Correct. Exactly right. So that's why, it wasn't like we were making stuff up. It was very vague, to your point.
Yeah, and I wish, again, it wasn't for Ritter to say, because behind closed doors, they were saying this to him. It's not his job to come out and say, hey, I'm going to be quarterback number one. Yeah.
I just talked to the team and they said I'm the guy.
Exactly. And so this comes from Big Speaker. He says, Mike Bell, ATL, put him up, C. Dukes. So, Dukes, after hearing you guys report how good we're playing in Miami and how these practices have gone, I'm starting to look ahead.
Look, can we just fill up Mercedes-Benz on opening week one?
You know what?
Can we just do that?
That's a good thing.
Look,
you're right.
And I get it. You got to maybe go through tickets in the secondary market if you don't got the PSL. I get that. But can we get in there and not have a bunch of Carolina fans because they're going to be hyped over Bryce Young? And let's get in there and let's get things going, man. We shouldn't be in a big market like this with an NFL team trying to convince you because, and I get it, not everybody has the time to go to practice or read everything about it, but this team is vastly improved. And they were doing well and getting by. Look, 7-10 and 7-10 with a bunch of stiffs isn't too shabby either. That's how good Arthur Smith is.
Mike and I have had a lot of moments on this show, big moments, why we are who we are. But this goes back, Mike, what year did we start 5-0? What year was that?
That was 2017.
Was it 2017?
Yeah, 2017. No, 2014. 2014, yeah, because it was Smitty got clunked.
It was DQ.
It was Dan Quinn's first year, 2015. We started the season 5-0, and then we were 6-1.
Yes. So we come in, we win our fifth game, and that week I said, this is where this comes from, I'm starting to look ahead because who in the hell goes 5-0 and doesn't make the playoffs?
Well, a coach will then lose 6 in a row, and that was kind of Dan Quinn's MO.
Big Speaker, appreciate that, man. You've been listening a long time. We love you, bro. Thanks for listening.
Are you looking ahead, by the way? What does Nostradamus see as far as wins? To remind the folks.
Well, listen, first of all, I am just loving the vibe of where this team is and what's going on. I just want you guys to buy into that.
I'm going with 10. You go higher than 10?
I'm with you. I think 10 or 11 games, Mike. I'm with you right there. You said this months ago, and everybody's like, you're crazy.
Right.
I'm on
I
it
am
with
crazy,
you.
but I'm going to go with 10.
All right, guys. We also have tickets for you to win to go see Busta Rhymes, 50 Cent. They're coming to Lakewood Amphitheater on Thursday, August 17th. We're going to give you a chance to win those between now and 7 o'clock. Stay tuned. Grant McCauley on the way in about 25 minutes. But when we get back, the strong arm story of the day.
Hey, just had vacation, coming back, having a blast. Caught some fish. By the way, if you're going down to Anna Maria Island or Longboat Key, I'll put the guy's number out there on Twitter. Captain Scott. Fish jumping in the boat. Last year we were in Naples. My buddy Tom's, Carl, you met my buddy, best friend since second grade, 6'8", played basketball at the University of Buffalo. He gets seasick. So open water fishing is really not an option. Because if you've ever seen a 6'8" guy throw up, you really don't want to be on the boat. So we went and we found a better way to do it. We were fishing off the mangroves and in the bay of Tampa, just south of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge.
Yeah, because you don't get as much of the
wave action.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. And by the way, it's beautiful. You got scenery down there.
Right. So we caught it's called spotted or speckled trout. You ever had that?
Speckled trout.
Chris, you'd love it, man. Fantastic eating. Captain does all the cleaning. Just get a couple of giant, gallon bags on ice. Take them home. throw it right there. Becky and the wives got to work. Some cumin, some garlic, a little bit of this and that. We had fish tacos. It was fantastic. So actually caught some fish, which I didn't do last vacation.
Well,
nice.
and Tommy was good this time.
Yeah, I mean, he's had enough Dramamine to sink the Titanic.
Sure.
By the time we get off the boat, he's like, I'm going to take a nap. So I don't know how much Tom enjoyed the experience, but we caught some little bit of snapper,
nice.
some redfish, going for snook. So again, not everybody out there is a fisherman, but I know you and I,
Big time.
But you got to have a good. You and I were just talking off the air. You got to have somebody who knows where the fish are.
Oh yeah, that's part of
that's
the
deal.
deal.
That's why you pay the money.
Well, listen, when you go down there, or you go to the Gulf, or you go out to the Atlantic, wherever you might, you got to know where you're going.
Right.
And part of this is like you can get a boat, you can go out there, but you're wasting your time. And the thing I love is these guys know exactly they take you exactly to the spot, and then immediately the fish they're hitting. You're like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I don't want to be out on the water 4 hours and not get a bite.
So the name of the charter, and this is another reason why I booked these guys. The name was great. She's way out there.
She's way out there.
So that's where the fish. And it kind of works on many levels. But Captain Scott, thanks to him, man, it was a great trip. Good times with everybody. Rented the boat. Ike the dog out there splishing around on the sandbar. Good times. You've been down there. It's just a beautiful place.
It is.
So we got 4 couples, and some people rotate in. Some guys move in after a few days, move out. But we usually have 4 couples in the house. We do this every summer. Our best friends of ours for years, going on decades. So one of the ladies, Tanisha, she's not really, we do in the pool every day. The beach is just a short walk, 500 feet away.
Okay.
So she's going to go to the beach. She goes, I hate to be antisocial, but I want to get some beach time in.
Yeah.
And Becky's like, cool, because my wife just wants to sit and drink in the pool. So 2 days later, Tanisha goes, well, I'm going to go hit the beach. My wife apparently said, I didn't know. We were out catching fish. She goes, oh, I guess we're being antisocial again?
Oh!
Oh! Wop, wop,
yeah.
wop.
Yeah.
So we come back from fishing, and there's a decidedly chilly mood and atmosphere in the house.
Everybody all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
And so I go to my boy Dustin, who lives in Charlotte. I go, is something wrong with Tanisha and Becky? Oh, yeah. Really, she's ticked off. And I'm like, oh, snap. But Becky doesn't address it. I would have said to Becky, just go apologize.
Yeah.
Just say, hey,
well,
you said it yourself. I was just joking around because you said it. You said it 2 days ago. But that's not how women operate. Not how women work, boys.
Here's the deal, too, on these trips where you have multiple people and couples and all this kind of stuff. Everybody wants their free time. It's cool to hang out with everybody, but everybody wants a few moments or hours of their own time.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with it. But maybe Becky wanted to hang out. I don't know. Did she want to hang out?
I don't know. I mean, you got there's other women in the house that were hanging out. Drunk Larry's wife, Susan, was happy to sit there and float. But it was awkward there for about a day.
Oh, yeah.
And then eventually the guys, again, my dad said this joke. I know I've used this with you. You have 5 strangers, 5 men. Put them in a room, throw them a ball, you got a basketball team. You put 5 women in a room, you got a dodgeball game.
Because that's what happens.
It's just a different energy. But aside from that, the trip was pretty good. You ever been to one of those where you get the awkwardness with one of the girls and the other girls?
It's happened with family and friends.
Oh, snap.
Not necessarily just friends. And here's the thing, and I know most of the people in that group that you're talking about, and they've been wonderful friends to you and Becky, but you got to know the mix of people you're inviting when you do these trips. And you can say, everybody come. Everybody doesn't necessarily mix. Certain people aren't going to mix with others.
Right.
And you got to know, I'm going to save that trip down the road. We'll invite them later. Because if you bring all those people together and there's going to be some tension because there's always somebody, it can become a problem. But, I'm glad it worked out, though.
Yeah, all good at the end. Hey, one last nugget before I get some stories for you. Because I got the dog. We're dog people, so we bring the dog with us. You get a house, you can bring a dog with you. So you got to walk the dog. And we're on a beach neighborhood. Everyone's super friendly. Made some great new friends. Talked about earlier, talking with some Braves fans who actually live in Marietta. They're down there. Thanks to Alan and Jen. They're really nice to talk to. But I'm walking Ike, and this, damned if it didn't happen all 8 days we were down there, Carl. Every time my dog had to do a number 2, he did it on a yard that was flying a Florida Gators flag.
He recognized it.
Yes, 2 personalized Gator, in-state Gator tags. And I don't know whether it was Kismet or there's more grass there. Because a lot of, some sand and some pebbles. But Ike did number 2 every day in a Florida Gators yard. Now, look, I'm not an animal. My dog is. I pick it up. I bring the poop bag.
Well, you got to do that.
Right. But, I mean, how funny is that? He was 8 for 8 in the Gators yard.
Well, was it the first house that he would come to?
No, we were walking like a mile.
Okay.
We're going beautiful neighborhood. And some houses had grass, some did. So had to be somebody could rest his took us lovingly near some grass. But, yeah. So, and the guys next to them were hippies. And he goes, "What's wrong with our yard, man?" I mean, I say hippies, the very tanned, like Florida people.
Yeah.
You know, the older guy.
Living the life.
The guy that I'll be in 20 years, the bald guy with the ponytail. Unless Dr. Daniel keeps doing my lid. But they were super friendly, and they're like, "Hey, man, your dog, he's a really chill dog." Because, yeah, I get along great with people. And I start chatting. I say, "What do you do?" They go, "Well, we work at a dispensary. You want some edibles?"
Oh.
I'm like, well, this vacation just took an interesting turn.
Wow. Yes, I will.
Yes. So it was a very awesome weekend. Everyone was very chill. It was a very chill weekend.
It's a good place, man. It's a cool place down there. Was it super crowded?
No, but it was busy. I can't imagine what it would be like in season.
Yeah.
Because they have bridges that take you over to the barrier islands, and they're packed. So traffic was an issue.
Cool.
They also had a thing called the monkey bus, Chris. Pile on his bus. They just take you down $5 a head plus tip.
Meanwhile, we spent a lot of time yesterday on Marcus Jordan and Larsa Pippen, the 18 years of age difference. Now that she turns 50, to the 32-year-old, he had some fun with her on her birthday party. Posted some photos of him smoking a hookah through the front of her dress.
I'm sorry?
Yes, one of those hookah pipes. The hookah bar thing, I never got it, but it's still a thing.
It is a thing.
And taking to his Instagram stories, the son of Michael Jordan posts a video of him smoking the hookah through the chest of the Real Housewives of Miami star. And then he says, "Happy birthday, baby," likely eliciting Wedding Crashers references across the platform. And he added a little mood emoji, smirking and winky face.
Okay, so the pipe, I'm doing the illustration right here, is coming up through here. Is she...
Yes, between the tomatoes.
Yes,
exactly.
Is she squeezing the tomato?
No, she's just sitting there looking like a woman who's trying to keep her face from falling off because she probably had too much work done.
All right, so where is he smoking? Over here, over there?
Oh, he's right down in it.
Oh, wow.
He's right in the cleavage, if you must know. Yes.
So you don't see his face?
No, and by the way, she's beautiful, but she's one of those women who's this close to her face not moving.
Okay.
Like when you squinch your feet. You know what I'm talking about? Too much. The surgery is perfect right now, but if you do one more, then you're going to look like Madonna. Then you look like a catcher's mitt.
Yeah, well, you're right, because then you talk like this and your lips don't move. And
I don't think anyone's lips should have a sign that says inflate to 18 pounds pressure.
Okay. Well, listen, is he flossing right here? Is this him just saying, ha ha?
Yes, he is.
She's with me.
That's exactly what he's doing.
All right.
Exactly what he's doing.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
The number one story in college football is whether or not Georgia's going to be able to three-peat. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Two-time reigning champions. They will attempt a third national championship. This is the number one story, all right? It's not movement around college football, which we'll get past once the games start. Mike, this is whether or not Kirby has installed enough of the culture he wants to be able to do something like this. And by the way, this is the most difficult thing to do. This isn't easy. I thought winning one is easy. You thought winning two. Winning three in a row, Mike, extremely hard.
And, you think about it, it's not just Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett won that job. Remember JT Daniels? You had more. It's more than it takes three. This would be with four quarterbacks over the course of 3 years, you could argue. But, the coaches poll dropped yesterday, and it is interesting. Carl and I were just talking off the air. We mentioned that, Michigan's got that Georgia-only segment of practice where they got to get more physical to beat the big dogs. Well, everybody's got Michigan up with the dogs. For what it's worth, Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Bama sitting there. They had 4 first-place votes. Ohio State still in the mix. But isn't that interesting that could it be, that'll be the storyline if Georgia winds up playing Michigan, whether it's semifinal or championship game, if Carson Beck can handle his business.
Yeah. And there are many storylines. These are just a few that we're talking about, all right? And then we're going to get into some other things that we got to talk about here just from a college football standpoint. But, Mike, Clemson and Alabama, they're coming off of terrible seasons. And I say that with all due respect. They
By
won
their
a lot
high,
of games.
lofty standards.
Correct. Both won 11 games. But when you talk about being in the college football playoff and not participating in it, you go, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. So do both of these programs bounce back? Because Alabama, if they miss it again, it's going to be the first time they didn't contend for a national championship across consecutive seasons in the college football playoff era.
Well, you got LSU, and we're going to see what they're made of. And again, they can still lose. There's no bearing on the SEC if they lose to Florida State, and down in the Citrus Bowl. But you got LSU, which looks to be better. Right. They got 2 quarterbacks who could start on every other team in the SEC. Let's be honest. And then you've got Texas A&M. They've got the great recruits. They've had a tremendous, the $1 million whatever bought and paid for, Nick Saban said 2 years ago. Well, most of those guys are still there. They didn't transfer out, and now you got Bobby Petrino to try to ramp up that offense. And let's be honest, say what you want about that dude. That creep can coach, right?
He can.
So that's something that Alabama's got to deal with. But getting back to Clemson, yeah, the DJU thing ran its course, and now it's Kate Klubnik. And Klubnik didn't exactly dazzle the world in the Orange Bowl when Tennessee whooped up on him.
No, it's a great point. I don't know if they both bounce back and are both in the college football playoff, but you win 11 games, and I say this, ask their fan bases. Jerome, this was a failure last year. Like Alabama wasn't playing for the chip. It's a problem. Clemson has been in this conversation, and they're not playing for it. So I'm wondering if they bounce back. Meanwhile, Mike, other things around college football. Great year for the Pac-12, as it's still called. But Michael Penix at quarterback. You talk about J.J. McCarthy at Michigan, which is why people think they're going to be good. You've got Caleb Williams at quarterback at USC, who a lot of people saying he's going to be the first overall pick. The point is, there are a bunch of guys that will be up for the Heisman, and we're going to see who balls out. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, if you've not watched Michael Penix, just stay up one night and watch a Washington game on the West Coast. Soon it'll be in the Big Ten next year, but stay up and watch a game. You'll be surprised.
And Bo Nix is back for another year at Oregon. So you got a lot of good quarterbacks. Right now you could argue, yes, even though the conference is soon to be as dead as the dodo, right now they got better quarterbacks than what you see in the SEC.
All right, what's the deal with Notre Dame, Mike? What are they talking about?
Well, as usual, Notre Dame's sticking their nose in other people's business. In this case, Brett McMurphy, who's now writing for the Action Network, he says Notre Dame, an ACC member in all sports but football, as we call it, just the tip, is pushing hard for the ACC to add Stanford and Cal. This being reported by Larry Williams, works for Rivals Network.
Why are they pushing?
Well,
are they going to join?
No, they've got their. Now, here's the thing: unless NBC doesn't come with more money, that's the one thing. If ESPN gets Notre Dame into the ACC, then the contract gets redrawn.
You're right.
But
you're right.
But Notre Dame apparently is sticking for a number, which I mean. They're saying that NBC is pushing back, that the brand isn't as big as you think it is. Either way, Notre Dame, for what it's worth, because they have this relationship, albeit not football full-time as a full member, that they say go get – because Notre Dame plays Stanford every year.
I get that. Okay.
But again, I would say to Notre Dame, join a conference, period. Join the ACC, why don't you?
Let me ask you this.
But they don't need to as long as they've got $1 billion TV deal in place.
All right, let me ask you this, though. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Grant McCauley's on the way, guys. We're going to talk about the Braves. Acuna's back in the lineup, which is great news as we escaped heartbreak last night. We thought that might be more serious than what it was, and we'll talk about this Pirate series. Mike, whatever conference gets Notre Dame, don't they win, though? Can you imagine Notre Dame coming to the SEC?
Right.
Right? Now you're talking about not only are we going to 9 games, but now we have Notre Dame. How much more money is that worth? You just talked about the ACC or if the Big Ten, but the Big Ten's been flirting with Notre Dame for 20 years.
Right. The contract runs through 2024. They currently make $22 million a year from NBC. They want $60 million. They want to get it up to $60 million from NBC.
I'm sorry, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame wants $60 million for the next deal.
That's not happening.
And they're not worth it.
That's not happening.
I'm sorry, Notre Dame. You're not worth it.
If you're paying your members like the Big Ten with their new TV deal, but it's 16 teams right now. It's about to be 18.
No, and I mean, let's be honest. The logical footprint and fit is for them to be in the Big Ten.
It is.
It's been like that for 30 years. It makes the most sense. And let's be honest, the Big Ten, they're very highfalutin about their academics, and Notre Dame meets that standard.
Yeah, that's why when we talk about them being in the ACC, it just doesn't fit. And then if they're not going to go all in, as Mike says, just a tip, then why would they be concerned with whether Stanford or Cal comes?
Right.
That's just, especially if you're not going to be a part of the conference, completely.
And one little caveat to the Notre Dame thing, they also earn $11 million as non-football members of the ACC.
So that's another $11 million.
$31 million
okay.
altogether.
And, I'm not paying them another $30 million, though.
No. Well, start winning some national championships. Yeah. Hey, last time I checked, Lou Holtz ain't walking through that door, pal. Ricky Waters ain't walking through that door.
But, Mike, to your point, though, they're making, as an individual institution, more than anybody in the ACC is making.
Correct. They've got the leverage, and that's always been their trump card, is they've got that huge TV contract, which goes for this year and then next year. And then we'll see if the networks, say that the Notre Dame brand is worth that kind of coin.
All right. You guys are more than welcome to chime in, 404-726-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. The 4 playoff teams, a lot of people are predicting, all right, and we're far away. We got a month before we start.
Right. But the coaches poll drop yesterday is fun to talk about.
It is. And a lot of people are saying that this year the Big Ten will have 3 in the college football playoff.
That means Penn State handles their business for once? I'll wake me up when that happens.
Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, and whatever team comes out of the SEC. That is what a lot of people are predicting. Now, I say whatever team, you think it's going to be Georgia. But if it's not, maybe it's LSU, maybe it's Alabama. But the point is, 3 Big Ten teams?
But here's the thing. It's the same. We just had the Penn State guy on, was it yesterday? If your 2 toughest losses are against the 2 best teams you play, is that a resume builder?
It can't be. Well, how much does it hurt them if it's late or early? That's the question.
That's just it. Let me look at the schedule.
That's the question. If it's late, it probably hurts you more. We're still living in that world, guys. This isn't you lose late to your rival like Ohio State or Michigan, and it doesn't matter.
Penn State plays at the Horseshoe against the Buckeyes October 21st.
All right.
And they play Michigan in Happy Valley on November 11th.
See, if they win that game, that'll give them a lot of juice. Right. At home, that's going to give them a lot. So we'll see. But, yeah, a lot of predictions there. I think there is a chance, again, just because of the Pac-12's quarterbacks, I know it sounds crazy, that they may be represented this year in the college football playoff. You may have a team run through the Pac-12 and be undefeated and have a real shot.
But USC always seems to slip up to somebody like a Utah.
Well, yeah.
Right? That's where it's at. Right.
It's going to be crazy, guys. I still like Georgia to get in. To tell you they're going to win 3 straight is hard. And I think the defense is going to be off the charts. But this offense, Mike, as we talked about with Carson Beck, it's almost like I got to wait and see. And I don't even know if it's fair to say UT Martin or Ball State are going to be games where I can really judge Carson Beck.
Well, we're always looking at the Pac-12, and you mentioned Michael Penix earlier from Washington.
Yeah.
What if your boy Sark's got it together with Texas?
We'll keep talking.
They're headed for the last roundup in the Big 12, and this could be their shot, man. Go out with a bang.
Listen, I'm not the guy to tell, okay, they're going to be good. They're going to be good. I'm telling you right now.
But they got to go to Tuscaloosa.
It's on, baby.
And good luck in a hotel room.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
But that's September 9th, ESPN, Saturday night.
Yeah. Alabama. They ain't ready. They ain't ready. Hey, man, coming up, we're going to talk to Grant McCauley. We'll find out the latest on the Braves. He's back. And what's going on with this pitching staff?
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, Grant McCauley, be honest. How nervous were you when we saw Ronald Acuna get hit last night? Because I was like, oh, no, I didn't even want to look at the TV.
No, you got to hold your breath if you're a Braves fan in that moment. I'm sure Ronald Acuna Jr. probably was as well. And fortunately, as we heard last night, the X-rays were negative. And as we see the lineup today, he's back at the top of the order for the Braves. So those are a couple of good things that came out of it ultimately. But, yeah, I mean, I told the guys this on the midday show, if you're making a list of things that the Braves do not need between now and any run they make through October, going according to plan, an injury to Ronald Acuna Jr. would probably be at the top of that list.
What happened with the screaming kid last night, Grant? I mean, I know you weren't in Pittsburgh. I'm trying to watch this game. I mean, I don't know. Look, I said give him some Dippin' Dots, throw some Ritalin on top. I mean, what? The kid, it was with earshot at me. I was like, it was driving me crazy. Maybe it was driving the Braves pitchers crazy.
It might have been. It's quite possible. I was not there to oversee that. But I will say this, and no matter what kind of distraction or what kind of a cult following that kid generated on Twitter or social media in general, it holds no candle to the Pirates girl from the 19-inning game back at Turner Field about a decade or so ago. Right. That girl will live forever in the hearts, minds, and ears of anybody who watched that game, attended that game, or was around and has since seen a replay, because that was a show of a set of lungs, the likes of which should power a radio career for the better part of 2 or 3 decades. She was that committed to Let's Go Pirates back then, but I don't know what happened last night.
And by the way, Carl, to Grant's point, that kid in that game, it's like, imagine Dakota Fanning in War of the Worlds on an endless loop.
That's what it was.
Yeah. I mean, that bad.
Grant, let's talk about Kevin Pillar. This guy's pretty amazing, man. He had 17 plate appearances going into last night and then delivers with 2 outs in the ninth. You talk about needing everybody on the roster, and, you worry if a guy hasn't seen too many at-bats, but this guy stepped in and delivered.
Yeah, he did, and I think that Kevin Pillar is a guy that, maybe the expectations weren't extremely high coming into spring training when the Braves had signed a handful of outfielders and felt like they had a pretty decent amount of depth. Pillar was kind of the last man in, but he has been the last man standing amongst all of those to kind of earn an outfield spot and some playing time. I think defensively he offers a lot. I think he's a good hitter who can grind out some at-bats, hit a home run or two for you, and maybe he'll be a guy that sees a little bit more action going forward, especially as the Braves are seeing lefty starters, because as we've talked about, when you look in the middle of the order, Marcell Ozuna and Eddie Rosario both kind of cooled off. I don't see Pillar being a DH type, but some starts in left field may not be the worst thing, especially down the stretches. You're just looking to kind of keep everybody fresh on the road to October. I think that Pillar has a role to play, and maybe a few more at-bats should be thrown his way because he came through with a big hit last night. You could tell by the post-game interview. It means a lot to him to be out there and compete. He doesn't have a lot of years left in his career. He's not playing as much as he did in the past, but every time you get an opportunity to do something the likes of what you did yesterday and tie up a ball game, be part of a game-winning rally, that's going to kind of energize you. And the Braves need all the energy they could get to win that game.
All right, Grant, they've won all 3 of Yanni Chirino's starts, but, I mean, you got to score a lot of runs. 10, 12, and 8 were needed to cover Chirino. So I know he's the definition of innings eater. Are they going to just keep rolling him out there?
In the short term, probably, at least through the rest of the weekend. I think they've got that doubleheader on Saturday, which just kind of is what it is to get through that one with the Mets. But, this was always, I think, looked upon as something you take a flyer on some guys throughout the course of the season, like we talked about yesterday, to just try to cover some innings for you. And when you get Kyle Wright back here, maybe Chirinos can slide into a shorter burst, multi-inning reliever role if they need him for that. Or, as you start to get healthier in the bullpen with Dylan Lee coming back and with Jesse Chavez around the corner, maybe this is just another roster casualty. And you just tried to see if you could get something out of them another team couldn't. But I said this last night, I put it out there on social media. I feel like this experiment has kind of run its course. If you're going to, be giving away innings at the big league level, and I know I don't make these decisions, this is just one man's opinion, but it might be shared by other people, I think Michael Soroka could have just been your starter every fifth day to try to give you that 6 innings that you're looking for out of the fifth spot in rotation. I say that because of the couple of years that we waited to see Soroka get that opportunity, and I just don't know that it's doing him a ton of good to be sitting down there getting those reps at AAA when you don't have a better answer at the big league level. You mentioned it. The Braves had to outscore their opponents 30-18 in those 3 starts by Yonny Chirinos. That's not going to happen. But I'll tell you this, if in 3 starts you give Michael Soroka 30 runs worth of support, you'll probably win those 3 games. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there. You're always looking for ways to make the club better. You are going to try things, and I think that that's what they've done here. But I do feel like there's a better way, to make a long story short.
Grant, I'm with you on this. And so my question to you would be then, what are they waiting on? What's the holdup? If you feel that way, what are they waiting on with Soroka? Is it just that they don't trust him at this point?
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's, when you had options, as a player with options that can be sent to the minor leagues, and they're trying to solve the different levels of this. I don't think Chirinos was brought in here solely as somebody that they're like, okay, we solved the 5th starter spot with Yonny Chirinos. I think what they looked at was somebody with big league starting experience who could also be used in relief to throw a couple of innings, and they were kind of in need of some help with that. Colin McHugh has not been quite as effective this year. Michael Tonkin, I think, has done a lot, but, he's been used a lot too. So I think that kind of speaks to how much deeper can you make that group with some multi-inning guys. I think that more so is what Chirinos is in for. So to go back to Soroka, the why of it all, I think it's just, some timing has been part of it, certainly. He hasn't been as sharp, I think, this year as he wanted to be to start the minor league season, has had a couple of tough outings at the big league level. We knew he wasn't going to be the guy walking back in today that he was when he got hurt in 2020, but I do feel like he has made some progress this year, and the Braves have, invested quite a little sum of money in keeping him around for 3 years because they believe in the player and the person, and I just kind of like to see all of that really come full circle with a prolonged opportunity for him to really settle in and get consistent reps and improve himself around the big league guys with the big league coaching staff to move forward and get his career back on track.
It is our man Grant McCauley talking about Yonny Chirinos. I'll stop calling him Chorizo. If he keeps winning, I guess it doesn't matter. Hey, Grant, the other thing last night is it was an old-fashioned Braves clutch comeback. When you had that sort of one hopper that kind of had Matt Olson in no man's land off third base, I thought we were dead in the water. And then to push 2 across, that's old school Braves 2021, isn't it?
It was. This is something the Braves have done really well just under Brian Snitker in general. They had comeback wins, as you mentioned, in the 2021 season. They had a few of those last year, but this year they haven't quite needed as many because they flipped all of their late inning runs to the first inning. And so they've been able to build a lot of commanding leads, and I don't think that they've had quite the necessity of pulling some of these rabbits out of their hat. But you'll take one, and I think you needed one. As much as a club that has, a 30-plus games over 500 record and a double-digit lead in a division could use a win, last night was a good one for the Braves. The clutch genes, and it wasn't just, Matt Olson or Austin Riley or Ronald Acuna or Ozzie Albies that had to get the big hit. It was those guys down toward the bottom of the order. Somebody like Pilar, who was just into the game to help out, and Orlando Arcia, who just very quietly has put together a really nice season at shortstop for the Braves. He did it again with the go-ahead hit last night and had a home run to boot. So just a little bit of everything, I think, is what it's going to take for the Braves to kind of play through this lull, get some of these starting pitchers back on track, have Max Fried back on the mound in a game like tonight, and then just kind of count it down until you can get Kyle Wright back in the mix and see what you get there. It's a club in a very good place, but it's also a club that's kind of been, I think, a victim of some of its own mistakes on the base paths, in the field on occasion, and just not getting enough out of the pitching staff lately. But this offense, man, it covers up a lot, and that's a good thing. That's not a knock on anybody else. This is something that you love to have when other things aren't going well.
What's up with Schuster, Jared Schuster? What's the deal there?
I think he's just kind of on that list of guys who could help out the Braves at some point in the final couple of months if they need to. He was having a pretty rough go at AAA Gwinnett, but I believe a really good start today. I think 7 scoreless innings to help them out in AAA to win a baseball game. He's just a guy who's on a list of depth that the Braves have, but it was depth that they had kind of tried out. Wasn't necessarily as consistent as they'd like it to be. And it's what leads you outside the organization to try out, guys like Yonny Chirinos and even a 20-year-old like A.J. Smith-Shawver to just put a rocket on his back and bring him to the major leagues when he started the year at High A Rome. So I think for Schuster, it's just, looking towards the future. He's still somebody that the Braves, I think, believe in as someone who could be a back end of the rotation, maybe middle of the rotation starter at his ceiling, but he's just not there right now.
All right, so just a review, when you get to that doubleheader in New York, you may see Soroka, you may see a Winans again, perhaps?
Yeah, I think those are the 2 candidates. Soroka's lined up to start on Saturday for Gwinnett, and Winans Day is on Sunday in AAA.
All right, Grant. By the way, let me ask you a question before we let you go. If I would have told you before the season started that Von Grissom would be spending the entire season in Gwinnett and probably would not be helping the big club off to what is become now a record-setting season from a record standpoint, would you have bought that? Would you have believed that? Grissom, by the way, went 3 for 3 today, 2 doubles, 3 runs scored for the Stripers. It's just hard to believe going into the season that this is how it's played out. And I also think it's a testament to how well RC has played, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. Like I said, Orlando's had a great year for himself, and I think the Braves had a belief in him far beyond, I felt like he was a useful contributor to this club, but I didn't feel like they were going to hand him the keys to the starting job at shortstop. So it would depend on when you told me what the Braves were doing without Von Grissom. Would it be before Dansby Swanson signed with the Cubs or after? Because I would have been surprised, either way that you slice it. But that's just kind of what Orlando's been for this club, is the exact guy they needed and the exact spot that he's playing. And then for Grissom, I think that, he's having a season at AAA that ultimately could be pretty important to him in the long term, because remember, the Braves vaulted him right up from AA. He really had not had any extended, failure at any level, probably in baseball in his entire, amateur and professional career. And big leagues is a hard place to get to. It's a harder place to stay. And I think that ultimately what he's done in Gwinnett this year could make him a better all-around hitter for experience, and the Braves could start to find ways to maybe utilize him moving forward. So it's been very interesting to see how it's played out, especially as much time as we spent talking about Von Grissom in the winter.
Great stuff. Grant, appreciate you stopping by as always. Again, Acuna back in the lineup, guys, and we'll see what we do against the Pirates tonight. Grant McCauley, appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, good stuff from him. The whole Von Grissom thing, it's just like at the start of the season, most people expected Von Grissom to be the starter. Didn't play out that way, and he hasn't been up here a whole lot.
And then Arcia, contributing again, batting 300 with clutch, and you got him for pennies on the dollar. That's the one thing. I know you mentioned that the Braves eventually, moving forward, these contracts will go further up and up and up.
Yeah.
But I imagine so will the turnstiles keep cranking at Truist and at the Battery. Right?
That was a smart play. I think it was $7 million deal.
Right.
Total. I want to say for Arcia, AA locked him up.
Eventually the escalators are, just the larger, the numbers go up for guys like Riley and for Matt Olson. But still, you got guys at pennies on the dollar by today's standards.
Hey, coming up, we're going to give you get you caught up, should I say, on today's top headlines at 6 o'clock. But right now, you want a chance to go see 50 Cent, Busta Rhymes. They're going to be at Lakewood Amphitheater on Thursday, August 17th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. You can win 2 right now at 404-726-0929. Caller number 8 is going to win the tickets.
The Ocho.
Caller 8, 404-726-0929. All right, guys, you got a chance to win tickets. We're coming back. Headlines next. So we got a winner.
Sounds like a Bahamian vacation.
Well, that's a little bit different. Joseph James, man, big shout out, Mike. He's a big listener.
Hey, man.
Turtle said he got on the phone and he started reciting 50 lyrics.
Oh,
That's
nice.
how excited he was to win these tickets.
I mean, it's not a prerequisite, but we're glad that you are a loyal fan.
Yeah, man. Joseph, appreciate you. Hope you have a great time.
Let's hope he throws out a first pitch better than 50 slang.
Boy, I tell you what. Bust a bust and 50. So this is one of my favorite 50 songs, by the way. But, hey, Joseph, thanks, man.
I think
Thanks for
this is
listening.
Bob Rathman's #1 club banger, too.
How would Bob sing this?
Hey, ready? Spit a little G, man. Get that right, Stinger.
Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell.
Catch me on the right foot.
Hope you guys are having an awesome day. We are. You know what? My day got a lot better. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. When we started getting reports that the Falcons were playing well down there, that the team looked good, the defensive line looked good, guys were catching touchdowns, Ritter was, he was throwing it in the end zone. Right. My day got a lot better, Mike, because I can't tell you guys how much pressure we are dealing with, Mike and I, with trying to convince Falcon fans where this thing is.
Yeah, and, you know, either guys are on the fence, they're like, yeah, I'll see it when I believe it. Like, just, how about take a leap of faith? How about be a little bit like Braves fans who believe that everything's going to be fine with this crappy pitching staff? Just feel that, feel some of that positivity and put it into action. And then go buy the tickets. I'll see you down there, man, when we play the Carolina Panthers week 1. And maybe you're going to see something you haven't seen in a while, which is a really good Falcons football team, which is fundamentally sound at all 3 phases, Carl.
Yeah, so that is when my day started to get better. And if you're going, all right, well, Dukes, what happened today? If you're just joining us and you're just tuning in for the first time, however you're accessing the show, thanks for listening to Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show. Here's the deal. Ritter looked good today. It's not coming from me. It's coming from Arthur Smith. The offense might move the ball, the run game. They're trying to work on some things. You're not taking guys down to the ground again. This is still a practice. But when you start to leverage all the things that, as a fan, you go, man, well, what'd they look like? You guys always ask us that. Well, what if I told you for the last 2 days they look good, and their head coach, Mike McDaniel, said he was worried about the penalties. He didn't think his team was fluid, Mike. He didn't think they executed that well. So I feel like if you want to say won the 2 practices, however you want to, use the whatever verbiage you want to use, Mike, I feel like that is what happened over these last 2 days. We got what we needed to get accomplished. Right. I don't care about the preseason game, okay? I don't care if we win it.
And we've also
care about that.
And we've also heard from other coaches, and this is nothing to do with us, because, again, we go to play one of these, like, joint scrimmages. We got nothing but, like, guys on 1-year contracts the last couple of seasons and guys that weren't any good. Now we're going down there, and, again, national guys, we'll talk about it. We've had some reporters that are down there covering this who said, man, I'm really impressed by what Fontenot's built, how this team has got a really solid defense. Yeah, because we told you they spent money and they let's be honest, they added talent and addressed critical areas. So, I mean, unless your coach and your coaching staff is a bunch of nitwits, which they're not, you're going to be better, and they are.
Yeah.
And I think, again, this doesn't mean, now here's the thing. They go out there and lay an egg, and it's 14-0 Dolphins at halftime, and people go, yeah, it's preseason. They're doing the work today.
Yep.
They did the work yesterday. And again, it's unless you see the starting offensive line, Carl, with Ritter under center, I don't want to hear about it. But I guess I do want to see that. I just don't know if I'm going to get that based on what way Arthur Smith is talking about.
Omar Kelly, you guys know who he is? You may or may not. Omar covers the Dolphins. He covers the Dolphins. He's been down there forever, okay? Knows what he's talking about. Today, as he was taking this in, this is from a Dolphin guy. Watching Falcons O-line versus Dolphins D-line, I'm shocked that Miami is getting owned. That's not us.
Who said that?
Omar Kelly. That's not us.
Not Omar Epps, guys. Omar Kelly.
No, correct. 2 different Omars, all right? And Omar is a guy that has been, again, watching football. I don't know, man. I just think, like, and whether these are overreactions, because you see one-on-ones, you see offensive lines and all this kind of stuff. Mike, I don't know if it's an overreaction. What I'm telling you is more and more people are saying these kinds of things as they watch these couple of practices. That's all.
And all we can go by is what we're hearing from the folks that are down there. We told you what we saw up at Flowery Branch. And I know that some guys are, yeah, you're saying Ritter ain't popping. Well, he's popping down there, apparently.
He's popping.
So that's all. And a dude hit me up and goes, yeah, you guys, talking about like fans in general, you wanted Lamar Jackson, now you're on Ritter. Well, no, Lamar Jackson didn't happen, but if it was possible, it was still a conversation you're going to have.
It was an upgrade. Let's not fool ourselves.
I mean, a dude that was an MVP versus a dude with 4 games under his belt. I'm just going around with this guy on Twitter. But it didn't happen. It could never really happen because the Ravens always had the juice and the final say. But we got a guy that Arthur Smith, like, at the end of the day, they believe in Arthur. Arthur Smith believes in this guy. and he wouldn't be putting himself in this position locked in on Ritter to be the guy. Because if he doesn't get this right, that's then he's on the hot seat next year, and then the career's in jeopardy.
Yeah,
then you're going back to an OC.
Now coming up, Scott Bair, he was down there. You'll hear what he has to say about these practices and where we're at. But I just think the general conversation. And by the way, Lawrence Taylor was at practice today.
Right.
There's a picture out there. Okay, Lawrence Taylor went to North Carolina. For those of you who don't know, Arthur Smith went to North Carolina and played offensive line. But there's a picture of those two together. But the legendary Lawrence Taylor hanging out at practice. I just think the vibe, Mike, is what we're talking about. Again, this is not a prediction on, Super Bowl or how many yards Ritter's going to throw for 5,200. Mm-hmm. This is simply about the vibe of the team. The last 3 seasons, I'm not even going to go back 5. Not been like this. The vibe has not been this.
No. And we've told you guys the last time this team was competitive was 17. Going into 18, we just got decimated with injuries. And then, Julio wanted more loot. And then your cap situation really got exacerbated. It just went south, and it just, this is the first time. Yes, we're not selling hope. We're selling reality. It's a better football team. And you, I think, are going to be really impressed by the squad. Now, I know that there's things that everybody had their agenda going into the offseason. I wanted this player. I wanted that player. They spent wisely, and they believe in Ritter. That's why they didn't swing for the fences on Bryce Young,
Somebody we didn't talk about today, and I don't even know if we asked Scott about it. Apparently, Zach Harrison had another good day today.
Yeah, Arthur Smith was raving about Zach Harrison's day.
Mike, he might be a dude.
Well, he's got, I hate to lump him in with like Lorenzo Carter or Ray Edwards, but man, if there's a dude who's built to play defensive end, you could maybe do a little more legs. I'm not saying that. I haven't done legs since 87, but the dude is a beast.
Yeah,
his head and shoulders bigger than everybody else out there.
You're saying do some more squats?
No, I get my new knee, maybe.
Yeah, we've watched him at practice. He's
getting after it.
Yeah, he's getting after it. And I'm just saying, this is, again, today, that's a guy that we've talked about the last few days, but I don't think we talked about him today, and Arthur Smith was saying he had a good day. If you're wondering, by the way, Kyle Pitts didn't participate in any of the team portion of practice today. They're being cautious with him, okay?
Because, again, I just think they're not going to say it 100%. He's not 100%. He's still not 100%. But he's got a few more weeks to get to 100%.
Yeah. So, Smith saying Harrison had a good day yesterday. We're really excited about Zach. He's really in a good situation with who's coaching him in that room and the veterans who are around him. Zach's a young guy. We're excited about him. Okay. He's not saying he's dominating, but when your coach keeps talking about a particular player, you got to think that there might be something there.
What I also love is then there's guys who cover the Dolphins who didn't get the new news. The Falcons spent money in the offseason. Mike Hernandez covers for their website.
Yeah.
Frustrating day for the Dolphins offense. They got some plays in, but this is not a defense that you should be struggling against. 27th ranked defense. Again.
That was last year.
Again, those guys aren't on this team anymore, dude. Again, Mr. Hernandez. Hello. Hola.
That's him.
Maybe we didn't tell you. We've added some new dudes. We got more guys.
Yeah.
We added Jesse Bates. Right, we added, I don't know what he's got left, but he looks pretty good. We got Calais Campbell and Bud Dupree. We added Caden Ellis. We added Onyemata. That's why this defense is stomping Miami's guts out this afternoon.
All right. I feel good, Mike. I feel good. I'm just telling you.
Hey, and then again, our boy Captain Caveman. See Mac Hollins? He gets a touchdown in this 11-on-11. He's looking around. He goes, well, I'm going to dunk it. Whoosh! And he flushes it over the crossbar.
You remember Tony Gonzalez used to do that.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's not easy. Okay. I mean, you got to show some ups and some athleticism to dunk it over the crossbar of the goal, the field goal. But, man, I like Matt Collins. We like his personality. I don't know how well he's going to perform, but I've liked what I've seen from him. Right. And I've said this. Mike, if you're going to double at some point, Pitts or London or Bijan, somebody's got to be open.
Right.
That's him.
Yeah, and he did have 700 yards. Was it 700 yards receiving last year for the Raiders? He's a big dude. We haven't even talked about Scotty Miller, where he fits in the slot. I mean, I got to be honest. Scotty Miller getting reps is like the last of my concerns when I got Cordero Patterson and I got Bijan out there and Algier all in that mix and 2 tight end sets with Jonnu Smith. Again, another dude who's going to be, I think fans are really going to dig.
What did you say earlier? It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're just filling you in, guys, on what was coming out of practice. We'll hear from Scott Bair coming up here in less than 10 minutes. What did you say about bringing the ball out of the end zone, about CP, what he said?
Yeah, Cordero Patterson was talking to, I guess it was NFL Network, saying, yeah, man, we're designed, our special teams, and they've given me the green light to bring the ball out of the end zone. So if you're behind the logo, and you're about to hit the stanchion. Okay, maybe he's not going to bring it out, but he's telling people, anybody who listen, that special teams and their coaches are allowing him to bring the ball out.
You like it?
I love it. Philosophically, I hate the fact the NFL's tried to kill the kickoff. I get it. Head-to-head contact, a lot of concussions because of all the speed. But I love it's one of the most exciting plays, especially when you got a guy who can do it. And we've had guys on this franchise that can do it. Going back to Devin Hester.
Yep.
But in this case, it's kickoffs, and CP says, I'm bringing it out.
I like it too. Plus, now you're going to wonder, when it's kicked off, is he going to run it back? Yeah. It gives me some intrigue. I like it.
And with our run game, okay, we'll go 85 yards.
I like it. All right, you guys can chime in. Find us, by the way. He's Mike Bell, AATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. And follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Guys, stay up on everything that's going on. You can hit us up. So many guys texting us, too. It's funny. The texts are kind of – some guys are mad, like, I told you guys. And then other guys are like, I ain't buying it yet. Well, believe what you want. We're just telling you what the information is.
Look, the law of averages dictates if you've got over like $150 million to spend in free agency, you're going to be able to do some things.
You're going to be able to
upgrade. And if you do and you hit on it, it's a numbers game. And I think the guys we've added, now the question for everyone I think is, are the rookies or the second-year players really going to take that leap this year like a Troy Anderson?
Yeah. Troy, by the way, almost had an interception today. There were a couple of picks, guys, that got picks. Scott Bair is going to join us. He was down there for the practices.
Right.
We want you to hear what he had to say about these practices, and specifically today.
Yesterday, the other day, it was memes about the Montgomery Dock brawl.
Yeah.
Now it's memes about the Dolphins getting their butts kicked. You mentioned Omar Kelly. He's got a Britney Spears meme making a confused face. He goes, watching the Falcons O-line versus Dolphins D-line, I'm shocked Miami's getting owned.
Yeah.
From the Miami Beat Reporter.
I said it earlier.
The Miami Beat Reporter.
Coming up, Scott Bair next. Scott Bear is down there. He is with our Falcons, guys.
County.
Last couple of days, they've been practicing with the Dolphins, AtlantaFalcons.com writer. Scott, I am getting the perception that we've had 2 really good days, okay? And I want to get your thoughts on this because, again, to hear Arthur Smith talk about Ridder and putting the ball in the right places, how he looked in 7-on-7, how the defenses looked, you tell us what happened.
Yeah, I thought that Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel had a great quote at the end of a Wednesday session where, like, he basically said, if the goal is to look really average, then I guess the Dolphins are really pumped. And the reason why I say that is because I think the Falcons made Miami look average at times. And they have a lot of speed. They have some talent on defense, but ultimately, not on every rep, not in every period, but I thought that the Falcons were able to dictate terms a lot of times on defense. They got their hands on the ball quite a bit. And you saw, and Arthur Smith said this, and I agree with him, you saw better decision-making, enhanced decision-making and technique from quarterback Desmond Ridder. That's a virtual quote from Arthur Smith. I tend to agree with it, meaning the ball's going to the right spot that the coach wants him to go with it in that particular scenario. I think that and the ability to get your hands on the football in pass defense are 2 huge standouts, and it wasn't just Jesse Bates and AJ. It was guys across the board, guys who are going to fill in for Jeff Okudah, getting your hands on the ball. That's really key, and I thought that was really encouraging after 2 good days of work down here in Miami.
Let's not forget, I was down there for the 21 game. That was the Kyle Pitts rookie season. Him and Matt Ryan connected for 163 yards, 7 of 8. Remember, Carl, the one-handed catch in front of the Dolphins bench? Everything but a touchdown, Scott. So, I mean, we know we got athletes now. We're just going to, put him in a system that, let's again, put Desmond Ridder in a system that lets him get the ball to those playmakers.
Yeah, and I think in talking to Bijan Robinson today after practice, that, look, he's learning a lot at once. And I think that he's really starting to compartmentalize and understanding his role. Look, he's played all these positions at Texas. He's run every route on the tree. That's not new to him. But what they're asking him to do in terms of reading coverage and deciding where to go based upon the reads that he's making, being in the right spot at the right time, we're starting to see those little things come together. And what he was saying is when you master that stuff, then it allows you to execute your, as he puts it, his God-given ability. And let's be honest, he has a lot of it. And we've seen flash plays. I think the most important thing that I took from what Bijan was able to do here was, look, I mean, he can stop on a dime. He can do so much fun stuff. But I think that he was just consistently open or consistently in the right hole because he's been running with the second unit a lot. I saw a lot of first unit stuff, which is good because he needs to know exactly when Chris Lindstrom and Caleb are going to be, fitting their run block together. How fast can they pull to the outside? How does his wide zone look when it's the starting 5? And he's starting to get that timing down. And those are week 1's not tomorrow, but those are the types of incremental steps that you like to see from a player expected to make an instant impact. And I think that, again, goes back to your original point. It speaks to what Arthur Smith is doing with his scheme, positionless football, all that stuff, finding ways to create mismatches. We saw that time and time again versus the Dolphins.
Scott, let's talk about the defense because I'm also hearing defensive front looked really good.
Yeah, I really thought that some of their younger guys stood out. I think we talked some about Zach Harrison and Arnold Ebiketie. There was a play in a 2-minute drill where Jalen Hawkins made a pick. He didn't make that pick if Grady Jarrett isn't screaming through the middle. And I think that, look, nobody's taken Tua to the ground, and there's a lot of maybe would-be sacks or pressures that aren't really qualified as such. And you may have seen a Twitter video of Miami winning at the very end. There's no way that throw ever would have gotten off in real life. But I think the most encouraging thing is that you're starting to see the guys from the second wave show up. I was talking to Calais Campbell afterward, and he's been kind of slow to ramp up. He didn't do much in terms of team drills, but I mentioned Zach, and I mentioned Arnold Ebiketie, and he said something that was, for a guy who's been around for 16 years, for a guy who knows this team, he says that Arnold has maybe the most pure pass rushing talent on the roster. No, there's a lot of dudes on the roster who are pretty good, who are better than Arnold right now. But I think that to have a guy like Calais Campbell say something like that about a second-year pro really speaks to the natural ability that we're starting to see in these joint practices. And if they can just refine that talent and execute it when it really matters, that's when it gets encouraging.
It is Scott Bear, guys from Falcons.com. He got to witness the Falcon beatdown of the Dolphins today down in South Florida in this dual practice going down. And, Scott, how'd the secondary look, not having a couple of guys out there? Obviously had a couple of injuries. Clark Phillips is going to be okay after getting kicked in the leg. We talked about missing Okuda. How'd the other guys look, including A.J. Terrell today?
Yeah, they get the hands on the ball a lot, a lot. Whether it's the first, second, or third unit, there was a period in 2-minute drills where Troy Anderson, he got a pass breakup by brute force. It was a shoulder pad that dislodged something. But then you see Jalen Hawkins make a play, and then you see somebody else in the secondary shut them out and make them go 3 and out. And they dislodged the ball every time. An accurate, catchable pass fell incomplete because a defender did something with it. And I think that is something that Gary Gray is really preaching and Jesse Bates is really preaching, is to what their goal is, according to Jesse Bates right now, is to let it loose and maybe make some mistakes, and then you work it out in the meeting room. So they're playing really aggressive right now, and sometimes you get beat. Like Darren Hall kind of gave up the goal line in a red zone drill. He probably didn't want to do that. Jerry Gray kind of coached that out of him. But generally speaking, we're seeing a lot of aggressive play from that secondary. Now, sometimes, look, Tyreek Hill is going to do a Tyreek Hill thing. That's going to happen, especially when you're playing aggressive. But ultimately, I saw coordinated defense, because even when Tyreek got open during a team drill and kind of beat his man, Micah Abernathy was there over the top. That's what you want. Like all this one-on-one drill stuff that's fun on social media, right? Like that's not real football. It's terrible coaching if a safety isn't going to help on that guy. But ultimately, when you see those guys in the back kind of work together, I think that's the impressive thing. AJ's AJ, right? That he's starting to become really steady. And talking to him on Tuesday, that's what he's looking to do. Have his body right. He's tired of being hurt. Right. He made that very clear. He's doing lots of prehab over rehab to make sure he's available for his team for 17 games. I think he understands his value to this team, the importance of him being on the field, and he's taken that seriously. And when he's on the field, look, he's just a steady cover guy at a very high level. That's what I saw really over the last 2 days. That's what I've seen over the last 2.5 weeks.
He is Scott Bear, guys, AtlantaFalcons.com writer down there in Miami. Joint practices the last couple of days. You heard Scott. We made him look average, and that's what you want to hear. It could be the opposite, and we could be talking about our Falcons looking average. That hasn't been the case. We'll see what happens with the preseason game on Friday. Scott, I want to ask you, what do you get a sense of with how much these starters will play, how much Ritter will play? Is Drake going to play? I mean, what do you think is going to happen there on Friday?
Yeah, Arthur played coy in that he said that his top-level guys are going to play in the preseason. It's to be determined if they play on Friday. If I were to kind of try to read between the lines after talking to John, having Desmond talk, of course, they want to go play football. I don't know if Friday's that day. I do think that they're going to find some time for that. They still have to figure out, are they going to keep Logan Woodside as a number 3 quarterback? Are they going to how are they going to fill out some of these bubble roles? Because they practiced in pads Tuesday and Wednesday, right. And it was a shorter practice on Wednesday, but they were getting after it.
Okay.
Today, it was a spirited exchange. So, and if you're going to see Dez, you have to see the entire starting offensive line. Those two things go together. Right. That's why I think that they will make an appearance. Maybe week 2. Might be the spot for that, but we'll have to wait and see.
That's frustrating for us, but I mean, it just with a 3-game preseason, almost all of the work that we're not seeing is what you're seeing down to like a few years ago. You're seeing it down there in these scrimmage type scenarios. Yeah, and I think Heineke's looked okay. I mean, our impressions, at least from practice and the red zone stuff, is Taylor Heineke looks fine.
Yeah, I think he does, and he's one of those guys where he's made a lot of starts, and he's a guy that thinks he can absolutely make every throw perfectly. And a lot of times it works well, and he has a highlight reel full of moments like that. Some of you obviously want to pull back. But I do think that when you look at what Taylor Heineke is able to do in terms of a guy who could be a number 2 for you, this isn't a real QB competition right now. But to have a guy like that as a number 2, I feel like that is encouraging. We could see a lot of Heineke and Woodside. We could see a smattering of some of these younger guys play a bigger role. I think that's what's encouraging to me, right? Like we've seen Zach Harrison flash. We've seen some of these running backs, Carlos Washington types, maybe even Robinson, who knows, right? But we've seen guys like that, not in a live situation. I want to see tackles to the ground. I want to see can these guys actually get home? And I think those are the types of things that ultimately I am looking for. But I do understand exactly what you're saying, exactly what the fans are saying is like, hey, look, we can't be at every single practice. Show us on TV what you've been working on. Right. And I think ultimately they will, whether they take another week to kind of refine some things and then get after it against, I believe the Bengals are in week 2. That's, a decided possibility.
Scott, great work, man. We appreciate you jumping on with us down there from the MIA. Scott Bear, AtlantaFalcons.com writer. Thanks so much. We will talk soon, Scott.
You know it. Thanks, boys.
305.
Miami. Dade County.
Falcons did work, man. It's just good to hear that they got accomplished or they accomplished what they wanted to out of these practices. Hey, man, we got to get to tonight's last call, and it's a fun one. If you watch us on Twitch, which you can every day at ATL929 The Game, or YouTube 929 The Game, you see Mike and I in studio clowning around having a good time. Mike's got a really cool shirt on tonight. As a matter of fact, it's WKRP in Cincinnati.
One of my favorite sitcoms as a kid, which I later found out when I moved here was based on the old WQXI in Atlanta. And Dr. Johnny Fever was based on a guy named Skinny Bobby Harper, amongst others.
What is the best show from the late 70s, early 80s era? Late 70s, early 80s, all right, if you're of a certain age.
Some would say the golden age of sitcoms.
I agree. And maybe you watch some of this stuff that now is in syndication and you've seen it for years. 404-726-0929. I was a big Jeffersons fan, okay? The Jeffersons loved it.
Yeah, and you realize Norman Lear is still alive? He's like 100 who produced everything.
Hey, he did.
All in the Family.
Archie Bunker.
You name it, yeah.
All that stuff. All right. 70s into the early 80s. Okay. Mike's got the T-shirt on, WKRP in Cincinnati, which obviously we're radio guys. That's a big deal. But what was the best show? All right, there are no wrong answers. Did you grow up with one? Did your parents make you watch one? Did you find one as you became an adult and you find yourself watching these older shows? That's what tonight is, our last call. 404-726-0929.
last call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
Pretty easy. Mike's got his WKRP in Cincinnati shirt on today. What is, all right, in your opinion, again, no wrong answers here, best sitcom of the late 70s, from the 70s into the early 80s, all right? That's the time period, because that's when WKRP was on.
Right.
404-726-0929. Guy already hit us up, said, oh, Sanford and Son, come on.
Yeah, we got about already half a dozen Sanford and Son memes. Elizabeth, I'm coming. Would always feign the heart attack. That was one of my dad's favorites. I guess they've taken it off YouTube now, but the episode where he goes to traffic court. It's worth a watch if you can find it.
All right, man. 404-726-0929. All right, what is your sitcom if you grew up around that time, or maybe you, again, you just, you find yourself, some of us are TV junkies, and you find yourself watching these old shows. Here's the test of time, though, Mike. If you can watch a show from that time period and it still makes you laugh.
You still get a chuck. And we laugh because KRP was written about a guy who worked in the radio business in Atlanta, and he gets it because he worked in the guy that Herb Tarlick's based on. I used to see him at the gym.
Crazy.
And he's a snappy dresser still.
You're such a snappy dresser. Hey, John, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, what is it for you?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
How about, I got a sitcom, but I want to, if you'll grant me 10 seconds to clear my throat.
Yeah.
How about One Day at a Time? Bonnie Franklin, Mackenzie Phillips, Barbara Bertinelli. Can't go wrong there. And I want to clear my throat. Graham McCauley's got great pipes, and I think the Braves missed it because I'm no Brad Pitt, but dude looks like if you put Barney Fife in the Mafia, that's what dude looks like. I got to go.
Who's he talking about?
He says Grant's Barney Fife in the Mafia.
He's trying to put Grant there.
Or
Grant
is he
does
talking
have great pipes.
I mean, I guess. I
don't know.
I lost the reference point halfway through, but I mean, I think he was talking about Grant.
I do like the fact that he listens to the show and he knows he needed to clear his throat.
Right.
Hey, Crenshaw, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What's the show for you? 70s into the early 80s, best sitcom.
I'm going with Cheers, fellas. Had a tremendous intro. Love the theme song. They had Sam Malone, Ted Danson, the player. They had the legendary Norm when he walked in the bar. Everybody had call out his name. And then think about it, they had Kelsey Grammer with a spinoff, Woody Harrelson. Not a lot of brothers in the show, but it rocked with me.
It's true. No, you're right about that.
Well, it's a reflection of Boston.
Yeah, well, that's true, too, at the time. But he's right about the spinoffs. That was the other thing back when. If you had one of those great sitcoms that turned into 2 or 3 other shows like Archie Bunker.
I remember Coach, and Woody kind of took over for Coach. Is that guy behind the bar with Sam, right?
Yeah, he sure did. Hey, Swede, what is the best 70s into the early 80s sitcom?
Carl, you stole one of them from me, the Jeffersons, and then after that, it's Who's the Boss? Tony Danza and so forth. And I got to say one thing. From yesterday, hey, I was chased by a black bear out of a sand trap at Coosa Country Club. Got to tell you that. Thanks, guys. Bye.
We had a lot of bear references last week, so guys are tying up some loose ends for us. Apparently, Swede, when he had 2 legs, was attacked by a black bear and made it out there. Yeah, man. I mean, there's so many great sitcoms from that era. As we said, Norman Lear produced so many of them. I mean, real quick, because it was just like my dad. My dad was like the Hal Linden character, Barney Miller, because that's what my dad was in the NYPD. So that show always resonated, Carl, because it just picked up. And that theme song with the bass, doom, doo-doo-doom, doo-doo-doo-doom. But yeah, man, loved old Barney Miller. That was always one that reminded me of my dad.
Yeah, my dad liked that show, too. Good cop show. I think it's Outside Influence. He says, yo, put him up, see Dukes. Different strokes. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Swede went with, like, Tony Danza. Angela! Surprised he went there.
Brad Snipe says MASH.
Yeah. And also ended great. I mean, many shows we talk about, Seinfeld's famous for going out with a whimper. So many shows don't know how to end dramas or comedies, but MASH ended it perfectly.
Dwayne, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, what's the show for you?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, you've already mentioned it. I've got to say, All in the Family. Growing up in that era, that was a sitcom that touched base on so many subjects that were taboo up to that point.
Right.
You couldn't open the door and it changed TV forever.
You're right. And nowadays, with the cancel culture, you couldn't even put it on TV.
No, most of these shows you couldn't put on.
Right.
I mean, considering, but here's the thing. This is why it was such a breakthrough.
Right.
They were challenging the norms of society and saying, hey, some of the stuff that we're doing is not right. Whether they face racism, Mike, sexism, gay, lesbian, it didn't matter. Like that stuff was way ahead of its time.
And the Archie Bunker archetype was an anti-hero, but a hero for some too. It's crazy how that functioned on two levels.
Mike's neighbor, that's how he is presented here. Mike's neighbor, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What's the show?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Well, most of you guys touched on all the shows, but I can remember going outside and rolling down the windows with my dad, Dukes in the corner, and playing the Dukes of Hazzard.
Just some good old boys.
No, not really a sitcom. That was more adventure comedy, but
never meaning no harm. You don't know this? Come on.
Been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Come on, Chuckery. Straight in the hills.
Oh, yeah, there you go, John.
Flattening the hills.
I love it when I tell people that. They're like,
Someday the mountain might get them,
how
but
do you
the
spell
law
your name? I
never
go,
will.
Dukes of Hazzard. And they go,
Yeah.
I'm sorry? Dukes of Hazzard.
Waylon Jennings with
Right.
the famous
Come on.
hand.
The balladeer.
And the narrator for the whole
I don't know how this is going to end, folks. My personal favorite, the time that Cale Yarborough stopped by Hazard County.
Good old stuff. All right, what do you got coming up? Guys, great job tonight, by the way. Good stuff, man, on the TV shows. What you got coming up, bro?
Underrated, Maude.
Oh, yeah.
I love
Oh, yeah.
Maude.
Right.
Love Maude. Love B. Arthur. Love Maude. That was by the way, that was a great cast with Bill Macy and
Crystal, right?
Yeah.
Was Crystal on that?
Well, no. Adrian Barbeau
Right.
and who was it? The guy that played Mr. Drummond.
Right, Conrad Bain.
Yes, Conrad
Before
Bain.
he got that other role. You're right.
Yes,
Maude was
that
great.
was a spinoff of
Mary
the,
Tyler Moore was great.
Absolutely.
Mary Tyler Moore. Lou.
And Maude was a spinoff of Archie Bunker and all that. So,
Yeah,
right.
And then
we
there's
will talk
Maude.
to our buddy Chris Willis and get some Braves talk in. And Victor Pretro from Fox 5. He's down in Miami.
Fox
We'll talk
5.
some, Fox 5.
It's kind of cool to hear today. We're having a lot of fun with some of the reports coming out of South Florida. We know it's just a scrimmage situation.
Yeah.
But the fact that you've got physicality and the Dolphins people are talking about our physicality.
Hey, listen, Ryan Nielsen had to go over and break up a little dust up. So that's good stuff. And the area where the Falcons, I think, can improve most, they were 17th in 2020, 19th in 21, 26th last year. Turnovers per game.
Right.
That's an area where I think we can improve in with this defense. So we'll talk about that tonight as well.
Yeah, we've not been a ball hawking team for a long time. You're right, man.
Yeah, we haven't been for a really long time.
We need turnovers. There's no doubt. All right, that's John Chuckery. Stay right there. He's coming up next. Let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, big shout out to all of our guests today. Scott Bear, who was down there in the MIA checking out practice. We also talked to Grant McCauley today. And we had on Coach Mike Norville, Mike, to start the show today. Good stuff about Florida State. He's positive, thinks they're going to have a good year. Didn't want to say too much, though, because they start with LSU.
Yeah, man. I asked him if the secondary was a concern because they're not that deep going up against that big-time passing attack. But, yeah, man, he's confident. He's got a lot of studs. Not as deep as the other teams in the top 10, but some studs at the key positions.
Also, big shout out to Connor Riley from Dog Nation stopping by today. You can go check out all those interviews online at Odyssey.com. Hey, Day-Day, great job behind the glass. Of course, Big Bo as well. And our executive producer, Turtle. We're back at you tomorrow. Cameron Wolf's going to be on tomorrow from NFL Network, guys.
He was giving us some rave reviews from what he saw in the scrimmages the last 2 days.
Yeah, we got a bunch of guests that we're going to have on the show tomorrow. Make sure you're here at 2 o'clock, man. You don't ever know who is going to stop by, should I say, or how this thing is going to play out. All right, Mike, we got to get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, normally on Dukes and Bell, we give you the 48-hour rule. We don't spill the beans on a TV show that just dropped. But in the case of Hard Knocks, I got to be honest, we're saving you some time. Because if this is the way the rest of the 4 shows are going to go, don't bother. The Jets have got a lot of control on the edit. They're not going to show you the cuts. So it's just the Aaron Rodgers, as Carl referred to it earlier. Maybe this will be the death knell for Hard Knocks. Nobody in the NFL likes the distraction of having the cameras have the access. But so far, whole lot of nothing you don't already know about Aaron Rodgers.
All right. I don't want to say it, but Alabama!
Is this going to upset Tide fans?
Well, it might. If you haven't heard, Nick Saban has purchased another home.
Oh, on the lake somewhere?
No. This is oceanfront property in Florida's Jupiter Island.
Where people go to
retire. Nick Saban has a new crib that he purchased for $17 million. 6,200 square feet, 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, floor-to-ceiling windows, private garden, dock, boat lift. It's got it all. Alabama fans, this tells me everything.
Paul, is this going to hurt recruiting?
Nick Saban has just bought his retirement home.
It's almost all over.
It's almost done. Alabama.
Uh-oh.
If you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
did you hear? Coach bought a house in Florida.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Steakhouse.